Program Director for this opening session of the IST-Africa 2023 conference. So in the first instance, thank you very much for your indulgence and our sincere apologies that we'll be starting with the official program 30 minutes late. That unfortunately is unavoidable. Our minister was called to a very urgent parliamentary portfolio committee meeting, and of course, as we all learned, one of the lessons we've learned during the COVID-19 pandemic is to use all the various opportunities digital platforms have formed, very much consistent with the focus of this conference. So the minister is not in Cape Town, he's not in Parliament, he's actually in this building. Speaking to our portfolio committee in a room next door, and he's going to be with us in the next 3-4 minutes, and then we will start the program. So again, this is not the minister personally and the department. We do not like not being careful with people's time, because we value your time. We know that your presence here today is an investment of your time. So thank you very much for that understanding, and I can assure you that if the minister did have to honor this commitment in the portfolio committee, it's not only because of our commitment to our democracy, but also very much for his commitment to the science and innovation portfolio. So just for a bit of informal background, whilst we wait the formal start of proceedings, and the motivation for why the Department of Science and Innovation, through our Science Diplomacy Capital for Africa platform, is hosting event, and it's really threefold. I'm sure no one in this room needs to be convinced of the important role digital research and digital innovation plays in advancing inclusive and sustainable development. And as we as a global community is asked to respond to many key societal challenges, we believe that digital research and innovation is a key part of that response, and that's what we wanted to do. We wanted to bring together public sector, private sector, international partners to interrogate the role of what investment in digital research and innovation should play in responding to key societal challenges. So that's the first focus. The second focus, also very much a strategic priority for our department, is the Pan-African agenda. Now, during the weeks, you will hear the next 3 days about a long history IST-Africa has played in advancing Pan-African collaboration. And after the COVID-19 pandemic, when the event couldn't take place, we thought it was time to resuscitate IST-Africa. So today is very much a new start. And then lastly, we believe in our world, science knows no borders, and in a time when multilateralism and solidarity is under threat, certainly no effort should be spared to invite international cooperation. So I see my colleague is signaling to me that the minister is arriving. Also, just that you know that the minister's address will be broadcast live on South African Broadcasting Corporation, the SABC. So when the minister speaks, if we could just please kindly ask for your complete science, as would normally be the case. So thank you again very much for your indulgence, and we're going to start any minute now. Good morning again, ladies and gentlemen. Specifically, would like to acknowledge the presence of South Africa's Minister for Higher Education, Science and Innovation, His Excellency Dr. De Blayton Zimandi, who has afforded us the privilege of enjoying time with him this morning for the opening session of IST-Africa 2023. Honourable Minister, we've already discussed with the audience the very important reasons why we are gathered here today. But as I invite you to deliver your welcoming speech, perhaps may I just emphasize why this event is so important for three key strategic priorities which Minister Nzimande is championing in South Africa. First of all, it's the digital economy and how we use research and innovation to advance that digital economy. You will know it's one of the key priority areas of South Africa's new decadal plan. The Minister is also firmly committed and is investing a lot of his time to advance the Pan-African agenda for research and innovation, a truly African-owned agenda where Africa invests in its own capabilities, and that's very much aligned with our focus here. And then, of course, lastly, science diplomacy as an instrument for fostering multilateralism, partnership, and friendship. Minister, thank you again for your time. It's a huge privilege for us to be able to listen to you this morning, and I have the privilege to invite you to the floor.
Yeah, I was getting worried and that you expect me to stretch my leg that side. And I always complain, you know, that there is very serious discrimination in South Africa against people who are not so tall. Don't say short people. You know, at least this podium looks much better because I can see you here. Normally, I normally see people who are way over there. Thank you very much, Mr. Dan Dutoit, our DDG, responsible for international relations in the Department of Science and Innovation. Let me start by greeting Her Excellency Ambassador Sandra Kramer, the EU's ambassador to South Africa and head of the EU delegation to South Africa in absentia. And of course, we appreciate the very good cooperation we have with the EU and South Africa as well as the continent. Acting DG of the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies, Ms. Nungubela Jordan Diani, Mr. David Ringrose from the EU Commission's DG Connect, who is joining us online from Brussels, Dr. Lumkile Mondi, Wits University, from Wits University, Ms. Mponjo Maruping, Sarau, South Africa, that's our South African Radio Astronomy. Mr. Ganesh Rasagam, the World Bank Group, South Africa. Ms. Leslie Donna Williams, Chimologong Digital Innovation Precinct, South Africa. Mr. Marius Engelbrecht of Huawei, Southern Africa region. IST-Africa partners on the continent. Government representatives and industry representatives who are here, members of the research community, distinguished guests, all members who are participating, and members of the media. Good morning and welcome to the IST-Africa Conference being hosted by my Department of Science and Innovation. I would also like to welcome and appreciate the team from the International Information Management Corporation, IIMC Ireland, and representatives from ministries and national councils responsible for information society in our African continent, who worked with the DSI team to put this conference together. It is an opportune moment that such a discussion is taking place and starting on the last day of the Africa Month, as we celebrated Africa Day on the 25th of May. Africa Day is an opportunity to celebrate African diversity and successes and to highlight the cultural and economic potential that exists on the African continent. Now that I see one ambassador coming in, when I acknowledge Ambassador Sandra Kramer, I should have said, and all other ambassadors who are here. I really do apologize about that, but it means I still need a bit more training on diplomatic protocols. Ambassador of the Western Sahara is here with us. Thank you very much too, and others who are here. Now, I was saying that this conference provides us with another opportunity not only to reflect but to come up with solutions as we continue to grapple with some of the most pressing challenges of our time. Given the multitude of global challenges that we face, including climate change, food security, health, energy, amongst others, there is an increasingly important role that ICT, information and communications technologies, can play and should play in providing possible solutions. Within this context, equally, there is also an important role for international cooperation in science, technology, and innovation in providing innovative solutions. The world is faced broadly with the same kinds of problems, especially in the wake of climate change and its implications. But the impact of these global challenges on the African continent, they take a particularly unique form, which is why there is a need for an African research agenda to tackle African problems, some of whom are global problems, but with particular impact on our continent. I'm saying this also because, ladies and gentlemen, science knows no borders. It's very important to say this. Always remember on COVID, Dan, this American friend of mine always says that some of the developed countries were wanting to provide vaccines, prioritizing themselves, as if any pandemic can be contained and be dealt with in one part of the country, of the world, and not the rest. This American friend of mine says that is like we are all swimming in a swimming pool and then we say, here is a corner that we are reserving for those who want to pee, and hope that the rest of the swimming pool won't be affected. Just as science knows no boundaries, problems that we are facing, many of them, like the age of pandemics that we have entered into, knows no boundaries. It is for this reason that the theme, for instance, for my budget vote, which I tabled in Parliament last week, was using science, technology, and innovation to grow our country and together resolve its challenges. South Africa's investment in science, technology, and innovation, which if I can share this with you for a bit, is driven by our government's objective to accelerate sustainable and inclusive economic growth. It's a global problem as well. We need global and inclusive economic growth. It's something very important to also use science to fight against unequal and uneven development in the world. That is why, by the way, when we hosted the World Science Forum in December last year, its theme was Science for Social Justice. It's very important. As government, we are guided by South Africa's National Development Plan, which is a comprehensive growth and development strategy for our country, which emphasizes the role of science, technology, and innovation in achieving its Vision 2030. Through our white paper on science and innovation, our government has adopted what we call a whole-of-society approach to innovation, which is implemented by our 10-year strategy, 2021 to 2031, which we call the Decadal Plan, which is the implementation mechanism of our white paper and has become one of the key instruments for South Africa's economic reconstruction and recovery plan, and also as part of building a capable state. On a global level, our decadal plan, we see it as also responding to the objectives of the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations, the SDGs. One of the key objectives of our decadal plan include accelerating the implementation of the Pan-African Science Technology Innovation Agenda and focusing on inclusivity, transformation, SMME support, and job creation, amongst others. As South Africa, we are absolutely clear. We are not an island. We are part of the African continent. Whatever advantage we may have, the fact that we've got the single largest public university system and the single largest science infrastructure on the continent means that those platforms must also be used for the development of the continent as a whole, over and above our own national objectives. As a department, we recognize that there's been rapid technological change, driven primarily by technology that enables the fusion of the physical and digital worlds. To adequately respond to this rapid technological change, the decadal plan has identified a number of what we call five foundational digital domains. That is, firstly, artificial intelligence, robotics, and cybernetics. 2, augmented or virtual or mixed reality. 3, modeling and simulation. 4, blockchain and cybersecurity. And 5, Internet of Things and cloud computing, in which South Africa will focus its resources in the next 10 years. The aim is to build foundational capabilities in these domains over the next 10 years. By the way, when we say that we are part of the African continent, I also do need to say here that we are amongst the top 5 countries in the world who have foreign students studying in our country. And 70% of those students come from the rest of the African continent. So it's not theory that we are talking about. It's really very practical. Sometimes when we've got problems here and there, people tend to categorize South Africa as a xenophobic country. We are not a xenophobic country. We are part of the African continent. It's very important. In order to ensure that we encourage innovation, we have established an innovation fund, and this year we are committed to upscale its implementation in order to support the early development and expansion stages of technology-based South African firms. We also remain resolute to increase our gross domestic investment in research and development as a percentage of gross domestic product, with the aim of achieving our national development plan's target of having 1.5% spend of our GDP into science, technology, and innovation. That still remains our goal. Our Department of Science and Innovation has also established a 10-year foundational digital capabilities research program, which is the anchor intervention in support of our decadal plan priority. And one of our decadal plan's priority is the digital economy as a new source of economic and social development. That's why we take this gathering so seriously as South Africa. I'm sure you got my apology that I was late. I had to start in Parliament, which is what we had to do, but I had to excuse myself from the committee and say, I have got this very important gathering that at least I would like to send a message when it's starting and it's opening. So our foundational digital capabilities research program is deliberate on building the foundational digital capabilities that are required to form the building blocks of application development and customization within all the economic sectors that could be leveraged for South Africa to leapfrog into the digital economy space. To date, through this instrument, we have assessed over 89 locally developed technologies, with a few promising technologies selected for acquisition and deployment in schools, waste management, and pollution management, as well as to fight crime in society. Our Department of Science and Innovation will prioritize initiatives also for inclusive development and intellectual property exploitation in ICT, renewable energy, and the circular economy. The focus on facilitating the commercialization of grassroots innovation and access to publicly available intellectual property will be pursued with the support for entrepreneurs. We are still concerned, by the way, that a lot of research products from our continent get IPs from outside the continent. We do need to increase IP generation in the African continent, and I hope that this will be a matter that through this conference we will also focus on. As Africans, we are, as I have said, aware of the major social and economic challenges facing our continent. We're not hiding this. It is therefore important that as part of the research and innovation programs we fund, we must continue to ask pertinent questions about transformation and inclusivity, which should include dimensions such as demographics, translation of research results into social and economic benefits to society, digital transformation of the STI business, and establishment of a digital economy. Part of our agenda, by the way, is also to mobilize the African diaspora. The African diaspora onto our agenda. We know that many of our African compatriots, for reasons many of them that are outside their control, are doing excellent work in the rest of the world. And we need to harness that knowledge as part of developing the African continent. And we hope our partners like the EU will continue to support us in that effort in particular. I'm particularly pleased today that this ICT Africa serves as a platform that continues to engage with a variety of stakeholders from both the public and the private sector, as well as involving the voice of our youth to have conversations on these issues, including the role of ICT. In South Africa, we have a big debate now that the youth must lead. Of course, we agree that young people must lead, but you do need generational mix, not just young people on their own. Also, you can't lead us, by the way, as young people if you are not educated. We reject that. We are opposed to that. The world today requires educated leaders, including political leaders who are educated. It is very, very important. I have also noticed that discussions over the coming days will also focus on themes such as e-health, societal implications of technology, next generation computing, and cybersecurity. By the way, without appear to be boasting done, it's important to share with this platform that the square kilometer array is going to generate so much data that at this moment there is no existing computational capacity that will be able to manage the data we are going to generate from the SKA. That's a huge opportunity for the African continent to enter the high-end, high-level computing sphere and capacity, just using our square kilometer array. That is why we're glad to have partners in our continent, and we would like to have more partners around the square kilometer array. As a Department of Science and Innovation, we also continue to support the broader work of government through our strategic STI initiatives. This is important because this is what we would like to see also, that science and technology supporting our governments, so that our governments in the continent are also informed by well researched and scientifically determined options in front of us. For instance, we have prioritized our involvement as the Department of Science and Innovation in health innovation, particularly in the areas of medical device and diagnostic innovation, active pharmaceutical ingredient technology innovation, and supporting health needs through vaccine research, development, and manufacturing strategy. We are also committed to support the procurement of locally developed technologies through the Technology Acquisition and Deployment Fund. We prioritize initiatives for inclusive development and intellectually property exploitation in ICT, renewable energy, and the circular economy. Circular in this way, not secular in the SESULAR meaning of it. Through our mobile applications laboratory, or what we call the MLab, we will be establishing a community-centered coding laboratory and start an ecosystem development program focused on school learners and selected community members. We are doing a lot of work with our living labs through a number of communities in South Africa. These labs also provide specialized innovation infrastructure and innovation support program to mentor young tech entrepreneurs to develop and commercialize, deploy technological solutions to address local economic challenges and communities. I'm here representing the South African government, but I also have got my own personal ideals that I would like to see, things I would like to see happening in the continent. Two things I would like to see amongst many happening in our continent. the building of libraries throughout our continent, school and community libraries, and the building of school laboratories. I'm very passionate about those two things because I have absolutely no doubt that if we can put a huge effort into that, we will develop a literate and scientific African continent, which is what we need, big time. Some of the work we've been doing, for instance, with our M Labs, is that we've supported 200 aspiring innovators through design thinking training, the development of 28 prototypes and 17 market-ready products, and the registration of 14 businesses. We continue to identify grassroots innovators, which is important because our philosophy is that innovation is everywhere. Even at grassroots level, you will find innovation. We need to identify it wherever it is and be able to enhance it. Especially women and young people, and to assist them to enhance their innovations and skills through a range of interventions, including funding and business development support towards pre-commercialization. Through our Innovation for Service Delivery programs, which is aimed at improving the provision of basic service delivery in municipalities, we have partnered with our own local government association representing all municipalities in the country to expand the number of municipalities participating in what we call the Municipal Innovation Maturity Index, working with each municipality to assess where is each municipality in relation to science, technology, and innovation. This tool which we are using now, which is digitized, by the way, provides critical information on the innovation capabilities and readiness of local government to adopt innovation and technology. These we're just sharing with you as amongst the examples of the things we are doing. We are not saying that they are perfect, but they've got a lot of potential, and we are willing to share with the rest of the continent some of our own successes and weaknesses. I'm saying this now that we are holding this conference here in South Africa. Now, support for Agenda 2063, which is the African Union's agenda. As South Africa, we have strategic bilateral and multilateral agreements with other African countries, and we work closely to support Agenda 2063, which is Africa's strategic framework that aims to deliver Africa inclusive and sustainable development pursued under Pan-Africanism. The achievement of Aspiration 1 of Agenda 2063, which is a prosperous Africa based on inclusive growth and sustainable development, requires that Africa make significant investments in education with the aim of developing human and social capital through an education and skills revolution emphasizing innovation, science, and technology. By the way, our continent will continue to remain behind in science, technology, and innovation if we don't raise the standard of education in the continent for everyone. That's very important. That's why you can't talk STI without also talking education and educational advancement. We continue to invest in research through strategic research instruments such as the South African Research Chairs Initiatives and the Centers of Excellence. These research chairs initiatives, we find them in South Africa in different parts of the continent for those countries to use them to pursue their priority areas for research and development. Something that is very important. To date, 257 research chairs have been established, both in South Africa and in the continent, of which 216 are operational. Of the operational chairs, 48% are held by women. Now, this is a big achievement from where we come from, but it's still not enough. We would like to see more women leading in this. I have already said something about the square kilometer array, that we continue to work with our partners in the continent, and we see the SKA serving as a springboard towards enhanced digital drivers for growth, as I have already indicated with the computational capacity that we will have to create out of this. We have already commenced, let me say so, with the construction of the SKA project in South Africa. Those big dishes, now we've started with them. And it's going to be the single largest astronomy infrastructure in the world. located here in our continent. Our construction, together with that of Australia, forms the biggest ever radio telescope array. And it is estimated that these two sites will together create 710 petabytes of science data when fully operational in 2029. It's therefore expected that astronomers can get 50 years or more of transformational science just through the square kilometer array alone. This initiative is expected to boost science awareness and outreach, stimulate science tourism in the region, and create employment. By the way, this issue of science tourism is very important because there is lots of scientific developments in our continent. We can even use it to promote tourism generally through science tourism into the African continent. Another area that I'm very passionate about is artificial intelligence. One of our former DGs, Dan, says to me, was DG of communication, if South Africa and Africa remains behind on artificial intelligence, you are in trouble. So it's very important that we must become part of this. AI, as it is called, has emerged globally as a fourth industrial revolution transformative technology that has the potential to revolutionize everything, including education. By the way, I'm going to be asking our Council for Higher Education as to what is the meaning of this new AI tool. What is it? Chatbot. What is it? ChatGPT. Okay. ChatGPT. I'm not a scientist. I'm a science policy maker, remember. This has got huge implications for our educational system. I want to ask our Council for Higher Education to assess the implications of this for our education system. But the development of AI systems is one such area that has seen significant progress in recent years in South Africa. Universities, through AI research and innovation, are pivotal in positioning South Africa and the continent as a global technological competitor. As the Minister responsible for education and training, the White Paper for Post-School Education and Training acknowledges that as digital technologies have become more accessible, it is therefore critical to incorporate this element into conceptualizing different modes of education and training provision. My strong belief, we must not just be users of AI, we must also be contributors to AI ourselves. We must also be innovators, and we are quite capable of doing so as the African continent. We have got a number of initiatives in South Africa on AI around which we would like to actually engage and share and partner with the rest of the continent. For example, we are developing AI capacities in the manufacturing value chain, healthcare, farming and agriculture, and food processing. Some of these initiatives are working together with the AI Institute of South Africa, which has got a great potential even to help fight the problem of youth unemployment by imparting the much-needed modern skills that will turn them into job creators, innovators, and shapers of this 21st century. A number of catalytic projects that we have established in this area. In conclusion, I hope that the objectives of the IST-Africa will contribute to, amongst other things, the following: strategic engagements in the continent, with the continent, on international research, innovation, and policy cooperation, fostering greater coordination of ICT-related research and innovation activities, knowledge sharing, capacity building, and skills transfer between IST-Africa partner countries, enhance global engagements, including through the Africa-EU Strategic Partnership, Madam Ambassador, that is ICT-enabled research and innovation supporting sustainable development, and also out of this gathering also begin to reflect and enrich the supporting of science, technology and innovation strategy for Africa, STISA 2024, I also hope that the conference engagements over the next few days will also serve to strengthen partnerships and cooperation in STI within our continent. It is through such partnerships that we will enrich the global scientific knowledge base to address our global challenges and build lasting international partnerships. I always say this to people, that developing science, technology, and innovation, including ICT technologies on the African continent to solve Africa's problems, that will actually contribute not just to knowledge in Africa, it will contribute to global knowledge, even how to deal with problems that the rest of the world had not started grappling with. But by grappling with them in the African continent, we are able to contribute to knowledge. As an African continent, our ambition is to be producers and not just consumers of knowledge. As a minister, I'm also committed to work with my counterpart in the continent to establish what one may call an Africa Research Fund to support research and development priorities for our African continent, an African research agenda supported by the diaspora and our partners like the EU. I would lastly like to encourage you to network throughout the conference. That's very important in order for all of us to see the impact of IST-Africa 2023 conference in action going forward. Thank you very much, and I wish you a successful conference.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. I think your directives, your guidance to this event is very clear. Our deliberations should be focused on ensuring that research and innovation is sensitive to the needs of our society to advance social justice. We should be indeed celebrating the success of African research and innovation and advance that Pan-African agenda. And I think most importantly also, Minister, as you concluded, we should use this opportunity for reinforcing global solidarity and friendship. Minister, with your permission, I would like to invite Mr. Paul Cunningham, who is the Director of the IST-Africa Partnership, just to present to Minister a small token of appreciation on behalf of the IST-Africa partners. Paul, please. Yes. Yes, for the first.
So that there's evidence.
Indeed, Minister Nzimande acknowledged, and Excellency, the Honourable Ambassador from the Western Sahara joined us, but I also noticed in the audience a few other members of the diplomatic community has joined us, the Ambassador of Mexico amongst others. Also the strong support from our partners at the Embassy of the People's Republic of China, Finland, the United Kingdom, many others. So please do not feel affronted. I see our Canadian friends there as well, if we have not acknowledged. We really see our vision of our capital city of Tshwane being a science diplomacy capital for Africa being achieved today, bringing the diplomatic community and the scientific community together. IST-Africa has a long and a proud history. First event was organized in this very building in 2006, just when Dr. Phil Majwacha, our DG, was appointed for the first time. And if IST-Africa over the years were able to sustain its influence for advancing ICT research in Africa, but specifically partnerships between Africa and Europe, it's in no small part due to the consistent support the partnership received from the European Union over many years. And we therefore thought it would be appropriate to invite Ambassador Sandra Kramer, the European Union's ambassador in South Africa and a strong and a much valued friend of science and innovation in South Africa, to address us. Ambassador, please.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for the honor and the pleasure to having me. Just a few words, but before that, just a very warm greeting to Minister of Department of Science and Innovation, Minister Nzimande. It is a pleasure to see you again and a very big pleasure for me to be here. Also, the DG and the DDG of the department, and distinguished members of other departments, and of course colleagues at DSI of the diplomatic corps, acknowledging them as well, and some of the European Union member states that are here, which the DDG just pointed out. I'm very glad. I'm also very glad that one of my esteemed colleagues is online, Director in the Department for Digital Affairs, Thibaut Kleiner, and possibly also David Ringrose, so I send my greetings to them. I've learned one thing in South Africa already, and that is when I say all protocols observed, everything is fine. So I'm going to say all protocols observed, and I hope that I've acknowledged everyone. And I'm always very, very pleased to speak on our very dynamic and ongoing partnership with South Africa and the European Union. You know, the European Union is a strong partner for South Africa in many ways. There's 27 member states of the European Union, and 22 are represented in South Africa. We have a very strong contingency here. And we place research and innovation at the very center of our development and growth priorities, especially also towards the Sustainable Development Goals. And our partnership is demonstrated in the very dynamic exchanges and innovations that are supported through the European Union's Horizon Europe program, as well as the strategic partnership that the EU enjoys with South Africa, only 1 out of 10 in this world. So let me bring 3 points to your attention, very briefly. Number 1, South Africa is currently ranked 8 out of the 200-something countries in terms of budget share and participation of the funding received from the Horizon Europe program. So South Africa, for a total of 28 million, is currently participating in various research projects where institutes and individuals, academics, researchers are joining for projects supported through the Horizon program. We have a strong partnership, as you said, Minister, and we're proud of it. Number 2, also at the regional level, we've established a dialogue on research and innovation between the EU and the Africa Union. And that shapes regional and continental priorities and strategic areas of partnership in fields such as mentioned by the Minister: science, technology, innovation, but also space, green energy, maritime, biodiversity, health sciences, engineering. We, for example, are organizing on the 15th of June in Cape Town an Africa Union, European Union Innovation Festival. And for all those here, you are most welcome, of course, to join. There are 4 areas that I wish to highlight, which are flagships under our Science, Technology and Innovation program, namely the Africa Union, European Union Innovation Agenda, the Earth Observation and Space, regional centers of excellence in the areas of green transition, and the AU-EU flagship on data governance. Now, number 3, here in South Africa particularly, we support our friends at the Department of Science and Innovation through a program specifically aimed to establish a vibrant and cohesive national system of innovation. This is an ecosystem that allows knowledge, research and innovation to flow into other areas of the economy, but also the government and civil society, towards a more knowledge-driven country. And that support program for the National System of Innovation is valued at 16 million euros, and it led to the development of new technologies that improve the delivery of public services and increase the uptake of innovative solutions at various levels of the public sector in South Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, digital technology is changing people's life rapidly around the globe. Who would have thought a couple of decades ago that we would only need one handheld device, a mobile phone, to do our grocery shopping, our banking, our correspondence, prove that we're vaccinated, stream music, watch anything at any time, and the list goes on. Digital technologies are changing people's lives in ways that we do not yet fully comprehend. IE is one of them, and the ChatGPT is definitely something we need to look into, Minister. The next thing we know, it writes our speeches. We, however, understand the significant effect that the rate of connectivity and digitalization is having on all areas of human life and the environment. The European Union digital strategy aims to make this transformation work for people and business, while helping to achieve the target of a climate-neutral Europe by 2050. So I must underline that we're determined to make this digital decade a reality and see in South Africa an important partner in this ambition. And in partnership with South Africa, we will take action in setting standards that are human-centric and that leverage data, technology and infrastructure to make sure no one is left behind. In other words, we must make sure that we bridge the digital divide that exists between different communities and different countries. It's access to hardware and software and in connectivity so that digitalization can contribute to sustainable production and consumption patterns and towards reducing persistent inequalities. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to wish, first of all, IST-Africa a very good restart after the COVID break. I really hope that, again, this particular event will travel across Africa and that we are constantly feeding each other with information, with ideas, with the innovation and the science that is needed. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity and the honor to speak to you all today, and you have a very heavy program ahead of you, so I wish all of you very exciting and very insightful days ahead. And I just would like to say to the Minister and the Department of Science and Innovation, your motto, making it possible, is our motto as well, making it possible in Africa, for Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador, for those words and indeed the firm hand of friendship and partnership and extended. And I'm sure the Minister will permit me to say that we will reciprocate, as indeed with all our partners here. Ladies and gentlemen, during the next few minutes, unfortunately our Minister will have to leave. He will have to go back to Parliament, but I can assure you that is because he's fighting the good fight there. The fight we've been talking about here, and that is for science and innovation to advance development. We will now join the colleagues in Brussels. So are the connection ready for the transmission? Thank you very much again, Minister. It's always a bit ironic at an event focused on digital technology that we have challenges. It's almost an unwritten rule. Can I just get a signal from someone if what is happening?
Ladies and gentlemen, dear partners, hello from Brussels, the capital of Europe, and it is really an honor and also a pleasure to welcome you and to open this IST Africa Week. As you know, South Africa is a key political and economic partner for Europe on the African continent. The country actually has been a partner in research for 25 years with the EU, and it is actually a successful country applicant in the EU research framework programs. I should say that we are really proud of this cooperation between the EU and South Africa. Our digital partnership is translated through PRIDA, the Policy and Regulation Initiative for Digital Africa. This is a very important project jointly implemented by the European Commission, by the African Union, and by the ITU. While the current PRIDA project is coming to an end, we are already working on the follow-up, responding to the needs of the partnership and our member states. So this long experience, 25 years of working together, will be instrumental in guiding an even stronger partnership in the digital field for the benefit of South Africa and for the benefit of the European Union. As you know, we are also facing changing times. And in the geopolitical context of today, the EU has also a clear interest to work with like-minded partners like South Africa at a time when democratic values and the global economy are under pressure. So South Africa is a priority country for the EU. In Southern Africa, it is a front runner in digital transformation. But we also believe that South Africa has the capacity to take the lead in Africa on a pan-African digital policy. And this is why we are very keen on multiplying our areas for cooperation and supporting Africa's digital transformation through partnership with South Africa. Our vision is simple. We want the technology, the digital technology, to be for the people. We don't want a world where humans are hostage of the technology. We want a human-centric digital partnership based on common core interests and values, based on common principles that we share between Europe, between Africa, and where we can together work for what we call in the EU our digital decade. So in that respect, we welcome very much the signature of the Declaration of the Future of the Internet that is largely based on our European Declaration of Digital Rights and Principles, and we look forward to more African countries joining this declaration. Let me remind our 4 pillars. We call them the 4 cardinal points in our digital compass. First, ensuring secure and reliable infrastructure. Second, promoting digital skills, and this is actually very important. Third, supporting entrepreneurship and the transformation of SMEs. And fourth, developing access to e-government and services. These 4 pillars correspond not only to the priorities of the EU, but also we believe very strongly to the priorities of many African countries. In fact, it was in our strategy for Africa already a few years ago, the same areas, and always with a common direction, putting the humans at the center. This is not just about values, it is not just about a philosophical approach. It's also about something very concrete, very pragmatic. We want to make sure that our citizens embrace the positive aspects of the digital transformation. Too often, they are afraid or they don't have the skills to participate in these opportunities. And we believe that this digital transformation is key to achieve the sustainable development goals. So to that extent, Europe wants to play its part and also to help the African continent to advance and to accelerate. And that's why, thanks to our Global Gateway strategy, we will mobilize funding to support South Africa and the African continent. Actually, we have in mind to dedicate 10% of our total budget of 300 billion euros to the digital transformation. This means investment in resilience and secure digital networks and infrastructures. Using also trusted vendors is important there. You don't want your networks to be unreliable. You don't want to be spied on because you pick the wrong vendor. And in that context, we want to make sure that the EU-Africa Global Gateway Investment Package will deliver. Just to remind you, that is about 100 million already disbursed for the Euro-Africa Gateway cable, or even more money to build the regional fiber optic backbones across Africa. We are serious when we mean investment through the Global Gateway. We are serious when we say that Africa has a lot of opportunities through the digital transformation. But we need to make it right. We need to make sure that people are at the heart and will benefit. We need to make sure that we also create ecosystems that will benefit African countries. not like other of international partners that invest by sending 2,000 people just to build the infrastructure, and then they go home, and if there is a problem, it's your problem. This is not the European vision. What we believe is that we build partnerships, we help investing, but first and foremost, we help yourself to develop your own ecosystems, your skills, and your future. So in that respect, I would flag the 5G toolbox as an important tool so that cybersecurity is also at the heart of our networks, and so that you make sure in Europe, but also in Africa, that the networks deliver what they should. Today, you have the opportunity to interact with many of the partners. And I would commend really the African business communities. We are talking about vibrant entrepreneurs. We are talking about leaders that are making an impact on the African continent. We are talking about business partners for Europe as well. And just to recall that during the EU-South Africa Ministerial Political Dialogue of January 2023, ministers reviewed the strategic partnership on areas of mutual interest. And one of the ideas was really to make business together and to use the digital transition to enhance our benefits on the two sides of our two continents. So it is time now for all of us to work for this vision. And we all know that South Africa, as a key member of the African Union, has the capacity to take the lead and to make sure that through Smart Africa Network, through the D4D Hub, we can work together for a better future. So ladies and gentlemen, once again, many thanks for inviting me, and I wish you a fantastic event, fantastic discussions, and just to repeat that the EU is by your side as a partner and also as an opportunity for further work and further investment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kleiner, and Ambassador. We'd also ask you to express our appreciation to the colleagues in Brussels. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your presence in this opening session. We're going to have a short break now, because as the Minister indicated, one of the key objectives of this meeting is actually just to bring us together, to engage, and I think we've had much food for thought which should inspire partnerships, Africa-European, North-South, South-South, Pan-African. That is why we are here for, and then we'll continue with the rest of the program at 10:45. There is a series of well-established and respected thought leaders who will be engaging with us, and we do encourage you to stay with us for the next 3 days. So thank you again very much for your indulgence, for our late start this morning, and your presence here. Thank you.
share. Collaborate. And I'm going to keep running those, but we should be okay. And what I will do is I'll rotate the conversations, and I won't necessarily call you in the specific order that is on the sheet. I hope you'll find that comfortable. If there's anything that you were going to say that you decide you don't want to say, either because something is already said, or you think you're reinforcing the blow too much and you don't want to give a good guy things down, then just send me a little signal. If you weren't planning on talking about something, just give me a little signal. Is that okay with everyone? Thank you very much. I'm really looking forward to it. Thank you.
Hi. Leslie Williams.
Testing. Excellent. Agrinuishla Akorja. It is a great pleasure to see so many familiar faces and to meet some people who are, no doubt are going to be great friends over the next 3 days and into the future. My name is Paul Cunningham, and it's a great pleasure to be the moderator for the high-level roundtable, which is part of IST-Africa 2023. IST-Africa has been running as a conference for 18 years, and the last 3 have been done virtually, so we're delighted to bring back a face-to-face physical event, because I think we all understand how important community building, networking, and building those personal trust relationships that as human beings require us to meet one another one-on-one. What I'm going to do is I'm going to briefly introduce our distinguished panel. Some of whom are old friends, some of whom are new friends, but all have, I think, a lot of insight to share based on their interdisciplinary backgrounds, and also because they're very complementary to one another. So I'd start with my good friend and long-term colleague, Bonene Moafe, who's the Deputy DG for Socioeconomic Innovation Partnerships at the Department of Science and Innovation, South Africa. He's many years' experience in the science, technology and innovation system, including research, managing research, development and innovation funding. And he also has various leadership roles in various international organizations aimed at ensuring science and technology and innovation contribute to the greater societal good. Next, we have Jeanette, who's the Acting Deputy Director General for Information Society and Capacity Building at the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies. So I think it's wonderful to have more than one department represented on the platform today. And as we go through the conversations, I think that will just reinforce the complementarity of different departments across the South African government in this space. Jeanette is also the departmental representative on the board of CETA, which I think is incredibly important, the state IT agency. She's an ICT and innovation executive with more than 15 years experience in operational and strategic management. She previously served as head of the Secretariat for the Presidential Commission on the Fourth Industrial Revolution, established by the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies on behalf of President Ramaphosa. And she previously worked as Director of ICT R&D Industry Services at the Department of Science and Innovation. So this is a bit like a party come home at this stage today for her. And interesting enough, because this will complement Leslie later, she also started her career at the Innovation Hub, which was Africa's first internationally accredited science park, as a project officer and activator program manager. Next, I'm delighted that we have Ganesh Ramagun from the World Bank. He's currently responsible for the private sector in finance, competitiveness and innovation global practice. But incredibly importantly, from my point of view, his background actually comes from other areas which I think are incredibly important for us today, such as the work of InfoDev. So he was global practice manager for InfoDev and global practice manager for the innovation and entrepreneurship for the trade and competitiveness global practice. His core areas of expertise are in innovation, entrepreneurship, competitiveness, and enabling infrastructure. And he has considerable, almost as many countries as most of us would be embarrassed to say we've visited. So he's worked in 40 countries. And he has an engineering background, so he can't be that bad either. And then Pancho Marapung is the managing director for SARO, which is the South African Radio Astronomy Observatory. And that was something the minister referred to earlier in terms of the SKA and Meerkat, for example. So SARO is a facility of the National Research Foundation, responsible for managing all radio astronomy initiatives and facilities in South Africa, including Meerkat, Goddessay, and VLBI activities at the Hart Rail site. She previously served as a member of the board of Mintech and a trustee on the NRF Pension Fund. She also previously served as chairperson for the South African Council on Space Affairs and chairperson of the Science and Technical Subcommittee of the United Nations Committee on Peaceful Uses of Outer Space. And she, again, has an interdisciplinary background. Leslie is current CEO of Wits University Simalonghung Digital Innovation Precinct, and she founded the Impact Hub in Johannesburg in 2010 to advance social innovation in Africa. She's a practitioner of inclusive innovation and facilitates participatory leadership dialogues and processes for collaborative action across multi-stakeholder innovation systems. And she also has worked across a number of different industries, which I think are important in this context, including academia, mining, banking, animation, and energy. And last, but definitely not least, despite the weather that he is afraid that his wife may have brought back to South Africa from London, Marius Engelbrecht is a senior strategy consultant for Huawei Southern African region. He's worked with Huawei for the last 15 years and currently fulfills the role of senior strategic consultant within the South African region. And before working with Huawei, Marius worked for Telecom Africa for 19 years in network engineering and deployment. So a bit like when you don't want to see what happens in the kitchen, you definitely don't want to see what happens in the background to make technology work. And then finally, my name is Professor Paul Cunningham. I'm the Executive Director and co-founder of the IST-Africa Institute. I advise governments on policy and strategy related to the use of technological innovation, particularly in low-resource environments. I'm affiliated with universities in Namibia and Wales, and I'm a past director of IEEE. So if I just share with you a little about IST-Africa. So IST-Africa was founded in 2002 as a strategic partnership with ministries responsible for innovation, science and technology in 18 African member states. We are focused on fostering cross-border, multi-stakeholder and international cooperation, with particular reference to technological innovation addressing low-resource environments. And as the Minister correctly pointed out this morning, I actually believe that low-resource environments have much more to teach the rest of the world than high-resource environments. Why? You know, I come from Ireland. 50 years ago, Ireland was one of the poorest countries in the world. Okay? And here we are today, and we're not too embarrassed with what we do for a living. So I think it shows that if you can identify where there are opportunities to adapt and innovate in a way that's appropriate, in a way that takes advantage of sociocultural norms and looks at the mindset and the insight that is available to people. And I mean, some of the examples that are going to be shared today will highlight that, of people who worked in a local village, traditionally didn't have access to most technology, but they fundamentally understood the environment in which they were working, and then could use that insight to then leverage technological innovation and then deploy it on scale. So funded in 2002 and co-funded by the European Commission from 2006 to 2018, IST-Africa is a strategic partnership with ministries and national councils responsible for innovation, science and technology, adoption, policy and research. Supported by the African Union Commission and the European Commission, the not-for-profit IST-Africa Institute collaborates with 18 African member states, and participation is open to all ACP or Africa, Caribbean, Pacific Group countries. So if there are countries that are represented here today that are not currently part of the IST-Africa Institute, please take the opportunity to engage with us over the next couple of days. In terms of impact, over the last period of time, because IST-Africa has been running for 20 years, we've secured inclusion of African-focused research and innovation calls in FP6, FP7 and Horizon 2020. And as the Minister highlighted, that's incredibly important because you need to understand what the needs are to define what the research focus should be. Secondly, we've helped African universities secure over €200 million of research funding over the last 12 years and build strategic partnerships on a cross-border basis across Africa and equally across the world, which hopefully will be to the mutual benefit of all involved. What I'd like to do now is to delve down into a number of topics which we've agreed we'll address today. And they're all focused around the role of ICT research and innovation to strengthen digital innovation ecosystems in an African context. So the first kind of opening salvo, so to speak, so Jeanette is going to start us on this, is to outline some of the ways in which ICT research and innovation can empower and strengthen sustainable digital innovation ecosystems at both a national and a continental level. Jeanette?
Good day, everyone. Thank you so much, Paul. Yes, so in terms of building digital innovation ecosystems, whether it's nationally or in the continent, I think the key thing is around, firstly, looking at how we can harness the innovations that come from the African continent and sort of look at interventions on how we can support them. We have a lot of talent, a lot of innovations coming from the continent, but I think the key challenge is the commercialization thereof and make sure that we grow the SMMEs that are coming up with those innovations. So one of the ways that we can do that is firstly through partnerships, firstly at the national level, look at those that are supporting SMMEs in the tech space, and collaborate and come up with sort of a framework to say, when it comes to access to funding, these are the stakeholders that are responsible for that, and they can support the SMMEs. When it's on issues of access to market, I think government can play a very key role in opening up those markets by becoming the first buyer of these innovations, and put in place appropriate policies and regulatory frameworks to harness that. So for me, those are the two, I think, key issues that we can do. And once we've sort of developed proper frameworks on how to do that, then we can look at the rest of the continent on how to partner with the rest of the other African countries. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Jeanette. And you've set up some of the talking points that we're going to talk about in more detail later. Poncho, would you like to make an intervention?
Oh, hi. Thank you. I mean, while I can't claim that what we're doing at Sarao, already sets up a full ecosystem, but I think, investing in complex science projects like building a radio telescope that's never been built before, forces us to develop solutions that will create, in the end, a really sustainable ecosystem. When you build a telescope that produces 2 terabytes per second data, and you need a 20 gigabyte per second archive, there is no way that you're going to find the solution in the market and still make it affordable. So from our point of view, we found the most clever people we could find. They worked not only among themselves, but with partners across the world, and built the compute and storage infrastructure that we needed to manage this data. And in that way, contributing not only to building a strong ICT ecosystem in South Africa, but also, becoming global leaders in some of these areas. An example of that is that Sarao was actually invited by the CEF Foundation as the first 30 global technology leaders in establishing and managing this massive growth in data and using, open source solutions to deal with it. So I think that in the African continent, investment in science, and it doesn't actually have to be directly, we are investing in building ICT infrastructure. But the fact that you are challenging astronomers to find answers to big science questions, that forces everything else then to be developed to enable that science to happen.
Thanks, Poncho. We have a saying in Ireland, I hope you share it here, necessity is the mother of invention. And I think the focus that you have on coming up with a low-cost solution that isn't currently available in the marketplace, and then you're going to talk about spin-off opportunities and things like that later. But I think that's incredibly important. Again, from a low-resource environment, if you're looking to scale something, you have to think low cost. You have to think efficiency. You have to think not reinvent the wheel. And that's why collaboration is so important. Ganesh.
Thank you, Paul, and thanks for having me on this panel. I'll just pick up on what both Jeanette and Poncho have highlighted in terms of commercialization of technology and access. So I think let me just sort of make 3 points. So first is, I think, where research and innovation can come in the context of South Africa and, say, Southern Africa. The countries which I'm currently covering is in service delivery. If you look at service delivery in terms of basic infrastructure, health, education, provision of government services to people, G2P services, access to finance, digital financial services, there are huge opportunities for ramping up research and innovation to support the ecosystem. Because the ecosystem in South Africa and the other countries, from our assessments, is fairly fragmented. There are elements of excellence in the ecosystem, the resources and capacities which are world-class, but at the same time there are huge gaps in terms of the divide between the challenges that are, for example, in the townships and the rural areas and what you have in these sort of pockets of excellence. So how do we bridge that divide through more innovation and sort of disruptive technologies is key. I think on commercialization, and I think that's an important part of the innovation agenda, because let me talk about the South African program now, and stop me if I'm too long, Paul. It's just quite exciting. It's the Innovation Bridge Portal under the Department of Science and Innovation. Dr. Mboweni has been a champion of this. The IBP, you can actually Google it. It's a digital platform initiated by the Department of Science and Innovation. The idea is to connect the actors in the ecosystem for innovation and entrepreneurship. So entrepreneurs, business service providers, incubators, accelerators, investors, funders, and the researchers from public sector and private sector institutions. So if you have a platform like that, that facilitates collaboration, networking, and partnerships. And it's a fantastic South African initiative, but what is exciting is that it's becoming a regional platform. So firstly, with the 4 other SACU countries, and then hopefully it can be expanded to SADC and so on. So that's a concrete example of how innovation platform can support the agenda.
Thank you very much. And Leslie, I'm sure I don't have to put reins on you in terms of what you have to say about supporting entrepreneurship.
Thank you, Paul. So I agree with what all the speakers had to say, which is fantastic. Maybe I'll just quickly define what we do at Simologong, because we consider ourselves to be a digital innovation ecosystem. And so we get up in the morning essentially to make sure we're creating world-leading African digital entrepreneurs. And that's super important for us, because we need to make sure that we're not just consumers of the world's technology, but we are producing as well. And I think COVID especially validated the need for this when we were on lockdown and we needed local solutions. And now we need to scale that up and not rest on our laurels, so to speak, because the pandemic is over. And for us, when we think of what an ecosystem means, for us it is that partnership and collaboration between academia, public-private sector, for us international development agencies, to really make sure that entrepreneurship is at the heart of what we're doing, but each stakeholder has a role in this value chain. And I think we need to grease the wheels to understand how do we collaborate well to make sure that we commercialize, like you said. And going back to the role of innovation, it's critical. It's the bread and butter. It's the seed of innovation as far as we're concerned. We've got fantastic entrepreneurs in South Africa and Africa, but quite often it's either subsistence entrepreneurs or a lot of ventures based on assumptions that lead to failure. The role of research for me really promotes data-driven innovation. That we really gone deep, understanding the need, understanding the problem in a clear way before developing solutions for it. Where we do need to create a bridge a bit more is that once the concept is deeply researched and defined, before finalizing the ultimate solution, we need to use, we speak about design thinking principles. We need to circle back to the end users and validate the solutions we've come up with before going to market. And for me, that's where research, innovation, entrepreneurship start connecting in the ecosystem. And then finally, it gives us great access to talent. I think we've got talent, but the talent needs to be refined and supported in a correct pathway.
Thanks, Leslie. Just before I ask Marius to share an industrial perspective on this, my concern is one that you've alluded to, and that is how do we collaborate well? And my primary concern in an African context is duplication of effort. What we need are stakeholders like you and like the people on this platform and the stakeholder groups that they represent, working together, talking to one another. My mother always told me, Paul, there's a reason why we're designed with 2 of these and 1 of these. So I really think if we do a little bit more listening to one another and less about, we're doing something new and exciting, what are you doing to build on the shoulders of the giants who came before us? What are you doing to reinforce? How can different departments support one another, and how can different stakeholders across the public, private, education, research, societal and funding sectors work together in the most impactful, effective way? Because it's not about credit, it's about impact. Marius.
Thank you for that, Paul. Absolutely, I was privileged enough a couple of weeks ago to present a 5G master class at the SET University, and it was just so encouraging again to see the spark in the youngsters and the students and the entrepreneurs that are out there, and they kept me quite busy with questions afterwards. But I had the privilege to share with them, because of our global footprint and our representation in more than 170 countries, and coming from China as early adopters of technology, of course, being able to identify and tell them what the future holds. How do we apply these technologies? But critical importance is the role that they have to play in the future that we all expect to have one day. One of the things that we've successfully implemented in South Africa is a program which we call the Huawei ICT Academy, where we've partnered with 69 plus colleges and universities, and we have managed to train more than 30,000 students over the last 3 years. We also have a facility called an open lab facility, where we invite stakeholders and students, entrepreneurs, again to come and partner, so that together we can develop those solutions for Africa, from Africa. So we put it at a very high premium, the responsibility that we have, and I always say this to my team, is to educate and equip. The technology is there. We've developed it. It's available, but how do we apply it? And we need to understand, I say a lot of the times, it's easy to talk about the use cases in London or in Paris. Come and apply that technology in an Africa context. We've got real challenges, and we're not ignorant of those challenges. And again, that is why it's always important that the relevant stakeholders engage, talk with one another, and find those solutions. And within all of that, government obviously has a critical role to play in ensuring that the foundation is set and the mechanisms are in place that allow the network operators to deploy these technologies to the benefit of everybody on the continent. Thank you, Paul.
Thanks, Marius. So now we get into the bits and bats that we have to worry about in terms of how do we operationalize such a vision that you've heard shared by the panel today. So I'm going to start with my friend Benene. What types of investments are required to facilitate ICT research and innovation to play this enabling role?
Thanks very much. I think when you were doing the introduction, I was counting the years, 2006, thereabout. That was the time that the Department of Science and Technology at the time was working on what we call the ICT roadmap. And that was the roadmap that was going to direct as to where, as a department, we were going to invest funding for research. Because research is one area that is very important if we are really to get going. And we've continued to fund that. And now over the years, we have now started to launch another multi-million rand research program, which we call the Foundational Digital Capabilities Research Program, which is being implemented through the CSIR. And the issue really here is we think that everything needs to start there. When we talk about whether we're talking the AI, we're talking about blockchain and so forth, we need to be able, through research, firstly to develop capabilities. We need to have the people who are going to be coming who are able to do that. We need to have products that are going to come out, and I think I'm happy Marius mentioned something about really having to develop technologies that are going to work in every kind of an environment. And this will only work if we've got our own researcher doing research to develop relevant technologies and in a particular context. For example, when you talk about artificial intelligence, you need to have systems that don't have biases that they would have if they were developed in a particular environment and they're not developed here. So that's really one of the things that we're looking at. There are issues around ethics of technology, and we haven't really gone around that. What are we going to do to make sure that whatever technology is going to bring to us, because it doesn't in itself have that human element, that we still make sure that the solutions that are coming out of these technologies are actually ethical. So those kind of investments through the foundational digital capabilities research are really what we're looking at, including the issues of making sure that when we talk about the aspect of inclusiveness, that in the context in most countries in Africa is how do we make sure that we do not necessarily disadvantage those that are in rural areas or those that are staying in townships, and also more especially the fact that you find that in our communities the biggest burden in terms of challenges is really borne by women. How do we make sure that technologies that we develop are also invested in a manner that they are transformative? So that's really where we're putting a lot of money. And then, I mean, at some point I'll really reflect on some of the actual programs that we're doing that are leading into some of the developments. But this is really quite important. Let's invest more on research and development, because there you are actually preparing a solid foundation on top of which all these other applications can actually spring up.
Thanks, Benene. I think it's incredibly important that we emphasize this aspect of inclusiveness and digital skills capacity building. Because in the end of the day, if people don't know how to use technology, they're not going to use technology. It's all very well to leverage technology to deliver public services everywhere on the continent, but if it's not available in a low resource environment because the bandwidth requirements of downloading the site are too high, or the cost of the data is so high that you run out, and this is something that I've experienced personally. My colleague Miriam and I recently led a European Commission-funded research project called mHealth for Africa, where we worked with the Ministries of Health in Ethiopia, Kenya, Malawi, and South Africa, looking at how you could introduce the use of technological innovation in deep rural environments with clinics. And one of the key challenges that we found were it had to have a distributed framework where you used, connection when you've got connection, but it stores everything locally until you have that. And then secondly, it has to have low bandwidth requirements, because most clinics were running out of their data budget after a couple of days. And they have to last until 30 days to get their new budget. So, you know, it's all very well to have a theory, but if you don't use the practice, it's important. And just one other thing I'd mention before I introduce Jeanette on this point is that Miriam and I worked with the Department of Communications back in 2010 when they were developing the e-Skills Plan of Action for South Africa. And the e-Skills Summit was one of the issues that came up was this, you know, should it be a right that you have access to the national connectivity that's required to be able to take advantage of that? Jeanette, I hand it over to you.
Thank you. So our Department of Communications and Digital Technologies is mainly a custodian of the ICT sector, and our role is mainly around creating an enabling policy and regulatory environment to allow players to contribute to the growth of the sector. And we mainly focus on 3 industries, which is the telecommunications industry, broadcasting, and postal. And according to the current report, the State of ICT Sector Report of South Africa by the Independent Communications Authority of South Africa, there's total revenue reported of these 3 sectors, which has increased from 4.61% from 243.6 billion in 2021, and in 2022 it was 254.8 billion. So we strive as a department to work with the private sector to invest in the sector, but we mainly focus on investments around the rollout of ICT infrastructure, which is connectivity across the country. We also look at programs around how do we digitally transform the public service, making sure that we roll out an e-government program. We also look at how we empower our citizens with digital skills and ensure that there's secured use of ICT infrastructure and systems. But the other role that we play is to also support our sister department, Department of Science and Innovation, on how to get this private sector companies to invest in the sector, mainly focusing on investing in R&D and innovation. And one other way of doing that is to support the program by the Department of Trade and Industry and Competition, where they say when companies do business with a country, they need to invest back. So they have a program called Equity Equivalent. And when there are equity equivalent programs coming from industry that are ICT related, then we sit with our sister department to say we need then to channel these investments into ICT R&D. And I think we've had key programs from Microsoft, from IBM, where we actually enforce that with the IBM program. They need to invest in R&D, where they are now based at the Timologong prison with a great research lab there, and there are others as well. So that's one other way that we're looking at investments, and I think collaboration and partnership. And I think as government we also need to be bold to say, when these investments come, we need to direct them to the right places, because initially you'd find companies, launching a cyber lab there in the rural areas, etc., and that doesn't contribute to ICT research and innovation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that just reinforces the importance of looking at enlightened self-interest. As you say, you've taken a strategic approach towards public-private partnerships in terms of encouraging industry to make sure that they deliver programs that address societal challenges. But from my point of view, and I'm sure Marius will have something to say about this at the end, I think enlightened self-interest means that from an industrial point of view, the more digitally literate everyone is, the more of a market opportunity there is for everyone, as well as making sure that we're addressing societal challenges. So it's a win-win in a real sense. Ponzo.
Okay, this one's on. I kind of support, I guess, the points made by Jeanette and Bonini. I think that You know, you can see that there is progress being made in developing capabilities in South Africa. The one thing that I would want to add is I think we also have to focus a lot on young people. I think the good thing about this area is that, you know, you don't have to be in the middle of Johannesburg to be able to get involved. If you have access to some infrastructure and the ability to access material online, I think you can actually enable people even in rural areas to do this. I'm not sure if you guys know, a telescope is, I often say, is in the middle of nowhere. It really is far, and it's intentional because we don't want a radio frequency interference. So it was intentional to put it there. And it's surrounded by some of the, I would say, really poor communities that you can find in South Africa. So we started a program right from the beginning, working with the schools. For instance, I mean, there's only one high school that teaches maths higher grade within 120 kilometers of where the telescope is. So besides helping the school, but we also launched this robotics program, and it is just amazing to see these children for the first time learn how to code and compete. And we actually had a group that went to Morocco earlier this month, to represent South Africa in a robotics competition. At that age, you know, once you capture them there, then, you know, for them to figure out what to do with that skill becomes a little easier. And I honestly do not know that we do enough of that. If we are going to transform, I mean, we do it because, you know, the telescope we're building is going to be here for 50 years. So we want them to be available to software developers because we struggle to hire them. You know, so I think that one of the, as much as there's a range of investments being made, I don't necessarily know that we are thinking about the whole system, especially around skills development. I think that's the only point I wanted to add.
No, I think that's very important, and I'm delighted, and I'd be interested in learning more about the program that you're doing with the local community, because I think that's something that many of us, you know, even if we're small-scale enterprises, and I know that that's something fundamental to the public sector, or to the public universities in South Africa, that part of your budget is based on local service to your local community, and that kind of outreach to bring a generation of students or potential students who maybe would have never thought about the possibility of going to tertiary education. So I think that's incredibly important. Ganesh.
Technology is challenged. Now, so at the risk of sounding like I'm drumming up business for the World Bank for investments, look, I fully agree with Jeanette that, you know, every dollar of public investment should try and leverage, say, $5 of private investment. I think that should be a metric of success, because you need that private capital and private expertise to come into play in the ecosystem. But I want to talk about something a little bit. Of course, we need investments in basic education, in energy in South Africa. No, that's not a surprise to anyone here. Infrastructure, broadband infrastructure, to make sure that it's affordable and quality broadband access to everyone, not just the ones in the big cities. In terms of cost of broadband, South Africa is somewhat in the middle globally, somewhere in the 119, I can't remember the exact rating, but somewhat in the middle. So there's scope to do more to bring down the cost of broadband, Jeanette, so it's affordable. But I want to talk about quality of investment, which is something that's often overlooked. We need investments in building capacity in government, for governance structures, for implementation capacity, so that, you know, we can track how the investments are being made, what is the impact of these investments, do we have good data systems, monitoring and evaluation systems to track these investments. I think the quality of investments is important. It's something that governments often overlook in terms of investments. They rather build science parks and new labs and so on, but not on the quality of investment. The other is, thanks, Janet. I hope you could hear what I said. The other is the investment in data. So open innovation networks, open innovation systems need open data, and transparency of how data is made available, and how is it collected, curated, and made available for research. And that becomes, again, data privacy and data security issues become very important. So these are areas where I think there probably needs to be more discussion on future investments.
Thank you very much, Ganesh. I do think that this issue of quality of investment is an absolutely critical one, because we hear people talking about donating computers. How many times have we heard of a computer being donated to a lab in a township? And then you go to the township and they're all plugged in, they all look wonderful, but nobody's allowed to access them because they don't have the skills to use them. So I think quality of investment is absolutely fundamental to this. So kind of, since we're now getting into the nook and crannies of how do we operationalize this vision, what types of regulatory frameworks and policies are required to support technology-enabled research, innovation and entrepreneurship to support societal challenges? So Jeanette, I'll start with you.
Thank you, Paul. I think, this area is one area that I'm passionate about. Because in South Africa, the current public procurement policy doesn't actually support the harnessing of adoption of technologies and innovations, especially with SMMEs. To give you an example, we have our state IT agency, SITA, that is responsible for the procurement of the whole of IT products and services for government. And whenever they do a tender, you find that it's mainly big companies, if not multinationals, who get those tenders. And you know, the gap is, it's actually within our policy, especially our public finance management framework. It doesn't allow for the growth of SMMEs in this perspective. So I think we need to work as a collaborative with DSI and DCDT and other departments, as well as our state-owned entities, and come up with a framework that will then sort of support or complement the PFMA, and ensuring that we then harness the growth of our SMMEs. And in doing this, our department started a program last year. We call it Digitech, where we said, there's a whole lot of SMMEs that come up with innovations. We firstly have to find out where they are. So we then set up a platform. We call it a single digital marketplace, where the SMMEs register and they register their innovations, and then we then set over and above the platform. We then need to set up an ecosystem. So we engaged several private sector companies who already have programs that support SMMEs, because it doesn't help for you as government to always want to do everything by yourself, whereas there are others who are already having programs in place, systems in place. And we identified that there's a whole lot of them. For example, Microsoft, Cisco, they do have incubation programs, and we engage with them. We map them out, and we sort of link them with the SMMEs. So currently Microsoft is supporting quite a number of these SMMEs, but they are not only giving them skills, they are not only giving them business support interventions. What they're actually doing is they are also opening up their global value chain. So if there is a big project at Microsoft, they would then look within the database to say which SMMEs has the right skills, and then they give them a portion of that contract. And that is how we're actually going to actively grow our SMMEs. I often relate the story of Huawei, that the Chinese government made an intentional decision to support Huawei to a point where it has grown to be a global multinational. And in South Africa, as well as in the continent as government, we also need to look at frameworks on how we can support our SMMEs so that they can grow and become globally competitive. Thank you.
Thanks, Poncho. Sorry, Leslie.
Sure, thanks, Paul. I'm going to kind of blend the last question and this one, if that's okay. I think for me, there are a few points here. One is, and I agree with Jeanette's point, what we're seeing is that it typically takes about 6 to 10 years to get a return on investment for startups, going from concept development to scale up. And a lot of the players want to come in at the later stage where it's less risky. Is this on? Sure. Thank you. I think government has an opportunity to play a role at the developmental cycle of a venture. Very few players want to come in there. So the one is, it is around actually investing in the ventures, but also providing pilot sites. Because once they've proved their concept in an actual real live environment, other players are more willing to come on board later on. And for me, that's where infrastructure places like hubs and incubators come in as well, to provide that link to facilitate the quality of the ventures that go out. There was interest before lockdown by a few government players in province, Gauteng province, that it would be fantastic if we could pick it up. If spaces like Tshimologong can become clearing houses for government to procure from entrepreneurs, because we will partner with you to really make sure that those ventures are ready, go through a rigorous process with you before you select. That really creates a platform for the entrepreneurs to leapfrog. And then with regard to other policies like IP, I think, number one, we definitely need to demystify where and how to use IP. We're getting regular invitations, our entrepreneurs are from various countries to move their IP abroad. And right now, we're not providing enough incentive for these entrepreneurs to build their ventures at home. So I think we desperately need to do something about that. Linked to IP as well, we need to incentivize researchers to commercialize. Right now, the incentivization is lenient towards publications. And yes, publications are important, but we definitely do not have enough that are moving on to commercialization. So thank you, I'll leave it at that.
Thank you very much. Poncho?
I absolutely agree, and I think that we've tried to do a little bit of, ensuring that the capacity we've developed and created can also support, requirements broader than just astronomy. And I think once, this program is sorted out of government being able to procure innovation, I think it will really, really help a lot of local technology developers. I think it's often a little easier for them to find other customers once they've at least had a first customer. And government really can bridge that gap quite significantly. So I think it would be great if, for instance, CETA also buys from, these local entrepreneurs, because there are people developing really fantastic technologies.
Thank you very much. If I could call on Ganesh, and I'm going to come to Marius at the end for a reason. Ganesh?
Sorry, Marius. So let me sort of put myself in the shoes of a woman entrepreneur from a township in South Africa, and see what are the regulatory and policy impediments that she will have to face. So firstly, can I register my business quickly online with at minimal cost or even zero cost, which is happening in other countries? Can I do it digitally without having to go to an office to physically do that? And then can I operate that business in terms of licensing and all those regulations required for business regulation? Is that all streamlined? Is that all digital? Can I do it without pain? And if I fail, can I exit my business easily? So entry, operation, and exit regulations need to be streamlined, need to be digital, and many countries are doing it around the world. And then you talked about IP, which is really important. To protect my business, I need to make sure that no one steals my ideas and runs away with it. And then I think what financing? I need risk finance. I need early stage finance. You know, I'm going to rely on my family and friends to support my venture, but do I have access to government grant funding that will help me to reduce my risk and get me ready, investment ready, to be able to access commercial financing? So that whole policy framework and around access to finance is key. And then talk about access to markets and procurement. So what's the public procurement policy? Is there a digital procurement platform where I can go onto and say, these are all the opportunities that I have to that I can access? Can I access them easily? Can I be guaranteed that I have a fair competition, and so on? So that whole digital procurement platform and digital procurement agenda is important for access to market. And then finally, the policy environment for collaboration, for networking. I think we talked about that, the Innovation Bridge portal being one. Can government invest more in data systems? I talked about that. Can I have access to that data? Is that readily available? Can I access business networks easily? So I think there are many areas where regulatory and policy frameworks are important. There's need for innovation in policy and regulatory in that space. You know, like what's the word? Regulatory hackathons, for example, and so on.
Thank you very much, Ganesh. Now, the reason why Marius has had delayed gratification in terms of contributing on this point is, think about what we've heard. We've heard the national governmental perspective. We've heard the international governmental perspective, and we've heard from an innovation space. But, you know, the sector that in many cases is most impacted by regulation and policies is industry. So that's the reason why I'm going to give Marius the second last word on this.
Thank you for that, Peter. I'm going to be brave and use this mic. Yeah, I think from a regulatory and a framework and policy perspective, what the industry needs and what we would like governments to do is they need to be the enabler. That we need to allow the network operators to build the networks as quick and as efficient as they possibly can, that again allows for the connectivity. Because coming out of COVID, I think we all realized very soon as we went into lockdowns that connectivity allows for continuity. And without the connectivity, I can't do anything. I can have the best technology available, but if it's not there in the hands of the people that need it, it's not going to happen. So from our side, and this is very high on my team's agenda on the continent, is we would like to see pre-provisioning and rapid deployment mechanisms that needs to be adopted and applied for the cost-effective and the speedy penetration of the technologies that allow for that broadband connectivity. Okay? For example, we can look at mechanisms like aerial fiber, infrastructure sharing, installation of passive components when building new homes or businesses. As I speak, now many countries have already changed legislations right down to the building code that allow for these pre-provisioning mechanisms. On Africa, we've seen successes and things happening in countries like Kenya, Nigeria. We're in discussion and moving to a POC phase, as a matter of fact, in Kenya very soon. So again, to ensure that whenever the new buildings are there, the operators can come and connect. You know, rural areas, the connectivity it's very tough for the operators to do because it costs a lot of money and it takes a lot of infrastructure to get to those rural areas. But again, if I utilize infrastructure sharing mechanisms and I utilize government assets, national or local government, we can do it much quicker and much more efficient. And then ultimately then again allows for that connectivity. We have even gone as far as to develop specific technology types. We've got a product called Rural Star, which we then take to these villages where there's no power and no infrastructure, and where we can connect those villages. We've touched on the skills as an example. We also need to look at, if we want to uplift those communities, we need to get rid of the feature phones and we need to get smartphones into their hands. But how do I get down the costs? Some countries has gone as far to exempt or zero rate ICT technologies, import duties, and taxes on the handsets to ensure that I can get that feature phone out of their hands, we skill them, and all of a sudden those villages becomes part of the digital economy. That's what needs to happen. But without government support, policy regulations, it's a very tough battle to fight. Thank you.
Thanks, Marius. I mean, just before I go on to the next issue that we're going to discuss, I'd like to share some of my own experience, because what's been said here resonates with me. I personally have great admiration for anybody who's brave enough to set up an innovation space, whether that's an incubator, an accelerator, a maker space. It's a thankless business. The likelihood is you will fail. The likelihood is that the people you're trying to support will fail, despite all your best intentions. The simple reality, unfortunately, is that university-hosted and government-hosted innovation spaces have a much more chance of survival and also potentially a greater chance of being impactful. Why is that? Well, in the case of a university-hosted innovation space, the great advantage is that you have subject matter experts on a great range of technology-related topics available to you through either the business school or through the engineering or the computer science school. So that obviously is a very good opportunity to identify a potential mentor, or maybe a professor who would be interested in being involved in a spin-off, for example, would work with a postdoc or would work with graduate students and help them operationalize for success. I actually believe that government-hosted innovation spaces, if they're done appropriately, can be even more impactful. And the reason for that is the point that Jeanette has been making about the challenge that CETA has, for example. Its mandate is to be the gatekeeper. Its mandate is to help government make the most rational, ethical, and impactful procurement processes so that they make the decisions based on the best possible information in the best interest of the national government. But the conflict of interest there is that that sometimes means that a multinational will get the business instead of an innovative company. So the advantage from my point of view of government-hosted innovation space is that one of the value adds that they can offer is that because they are government, they can provide opportunities to be a pilot user. You know, they could provide that opportunity to reach out to another line department and say, Department of Health, we have a very promising entrepreneur. This is the type of application. They need to work with somebody in the health space. Could you facilitate that they could access some local clinics, for example, in a deep rural area? Could they maybe talk to some of your policymakers to make sure what they're doing fits within the remit of what the Department of Health is trying to achieve? And that's just one example of how that could help Jeanette's objective, which is to identify how do I get my pilot customer so that I then have the credibility to go out in the marketplace. Then the other final point I'd like to make before I pass on is the issue of credibility by association. You know, if you have a mentor who has credibility in the marketplace, whether it's somebody from industry or whether it's somebody from academia or somebody from government, they can open doors. You know, part of the culture of IST Africa is it's all first name basis. If you come up to me and you want to meet somebody, I'm going to introduce you on a first name basis. Because you're part of this community, they will treat you on that basis, not ask who are you and what do you want from me. They'll open an open dialogue with you to try to find common grounds. And I found myself that this credibility by association can be done in a number of ways, through mentors, but also government has a role to play. So when I came out of business school, and I come from Ireland, it was extremely difficult to get risk capital, and it still is challenging, but at the time my choices were go and work for a multinational or an international consultancy firm, go to work for a corporate finance outfit in London, which is where most of my peers ended up going, or go to the States because I got funding in the States. I wanted for family reasons to stay in Ireland as long as I could. So I was fortunate that I built a relationship with Enterprise Ireland, which is our national development agency in Ireland. They investigated what I was talking about. They looked at, you know, the underlying evidence that I provided. They were willing to take a chance on me. They gave me a grant package. They gave me a basic equity conversion package. And that gave me the credibility that then I could go and talk to banks. I got my first corporate credit card, which was how I started to access finance was by getting a corporate credit card that was guaranteed by the bank based on the credibility of the government being willing to provide what was at the time quite a generous package for somebody who was starting from a concept. And then I proposed a project to the European Commission, which was funded. So that gave me a multi-million euro contract. So that was my first contract, a multi-million euro contract with the European Commission. So it just shows you that government can play a key role. And what I'd like all of you to think about is, who could you be a mentor to? Who could you facilitate in good faith an introduction to that might help somebody make the connections that's needed to have that opportunity to be an entrepreneur and to have access to capital? Okay, so that's something for you to think about. And again, I would encourage you to talk amongst yourselves, but also talk to the panelists over the next couple of days to explore some of these opportunities. So the second last issue that we want to discuss today with you is, what are some of the more innovative and impactful ways in which technology is being applied in different sectors across Africa to strengthen sustainable socioeconomic development. So I will pass this very unpoisoned chalice to Benene.
Yeah, thanks very much. I'll probably just build on a point that Bonso made earlier, that much as we've got a lot of challenges in the continent, the opportunities are also massive. And the one, I mean, there's a whole lot of examples that we can really look at that are making a whole lot of impact. I mean, one big thing here in the African continent is the issue of mobile money. You know, the issue of having to get money for a whole lot of us who are from rural areas, we need to be able to send money to our parents and so on and so forth. And I sit here and I'm sending the money through my mother using a mobile phone. And this really just is one of the many fruits of technology in these modern days. Then we are also seeing a lot of growth in the area of mobile agriculture, where, for example, people are beginning to, especially the smallholder farmers, use technology to monitor what is happening in their respective farms, exchange information, being able to really even, one of the areas where we are intervening is introducing a new program that we're piloting through the CSIR of what we call precision farming. And these are new areas that, much as a whole lot of that is being done now by bigger and more commercial farmers, these are platforms that were not necessarily available or accessible to small players. You know, so you'll be able to pick up a rural farmer and use these kind of technologies to empower them. So for me, those are really some of the areas that I'm looking at. And one of the things which really stems out from our many years of partnership with the World Bank is when many years we launched a program called the Mobile Applications Lab, MLab, today, which has actually supported a number of young people who were developing mobile applications to do all sorts of things. Some of them are now entrepreneurs in their own right. And this is a program that now we are beginning to massify, taking into various rural spaces and to create what you were talking about. Innovative and creative spaces where young people can walk in, either just with a phone or those who are lucky with a laptop, and they can get connectivity and they can begin to play on their gadgets and come out with a product that has got commercial value. So that's really some of the work that we're doing. And the good thing about this is you basically are putting the power of entrepreneurship in these young people who are actually very creative. I mean, last year, in South Africa, June is what we call the Youth Month. Last year, we had partnered with the Department of Tourism, and we had supported, I think it was about 15 young people to develop their own businesses using just simple ICT technologies. And out of that, when we officially handed over or graduate them last year, we had young people who have come up with business ideas, not ideas, actually businesses that were running, looking at tourism in rural areas, tourism in the townships. some of them were bordering the areas such as our national parks, and they were already partnering with the parks in terms of using their platforms to really grow the participation even by locals in the tourism sector. So those opportunities are there, but we need to enable them in government, and we are trying to do that, and as I've indicated, through these various programs. So we are starting to see a whole lot of that. We have seen this also in health during COVID, where a whole lot of activities were being enabled through technologies. And I'm not talking big things like your Zoom and Microsoft Teams, but where communities are able to communicate and share information on various aspects surrounding their health using these technologies. So I do think that if we continue to create that environment of enabling and support, we are going to start to see Africa really benefiting. Because one of the things is in terms of mobile connectivity, even though we might not always be having even 4G and 5G, but you're beginning to see that we are starting to loosen that space, and a whole lot is starting to happen. So hopefully through various improvements in regulations, even more accessibility by those in the rural areas will actually start to happen.
Thanks, Benene. Jeanette?
Thank you. On my side, I think the key one is around the issue of digital government, on how to use ICT to deliver services to the people. And I think in South Africa, we have been working on this digital government program for a number of years. It does have its challenges, but I think we are progressing well, and we are collaborating with the Department of Public Service and Administration and Presidency as well, where we mapped the system to say we have around, I think, 26 government departments, and in total, all the services that needs to be digitized, there are around 225. So what we did is we looked at those departments that already have developed e-services, and we then developed a national e-government portal that sort of publishes this e-services. Currently we are at 120 e-services, and the whole idea is now to automate all those services, look at the back end, integrate the infrastructure, integrate the systems, but also ensure that there are payment systems behind it, to allow for citizens, for example, someone in the rural areas who want to apply for an ID, that process could then be done on the mobile phone completely without them having to go and queue at Home Affairs. So that's one of the programs that we are doing. The other one is also looking at the future to say now the fourth industrial revolution is here, the artificial intelligence is here. Why don't we then invest as a country in building capabilities so that we are ready as a country, but also work with African countries as well. Hence, we as a department established the AI Institute of South Africa, where we are building pockets of excellence within different universities. We started with the University of Johannesburg, and we recently launched another one at Tshwane University of Technology, and there'll be more coming. I think the other one will be at Limpopo University. So it's about building the capability, building the skills so that we have the right skills in the country. And already there's interest from other African countries to say we want to collaborate with you as you build capability. We work with you and do the same in our African countries as well. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Jeanette. And Ganesh?
Thanks. I mean, so many examples of how new products and services are being deployed across Africa. There's amazing stories from Kenya, you know, in agri-tech, for example, supporting small-scale farmers using data platforms for pricing, using robotics, drones, technology, and so on. Many examples like this across Africa. But I want to talk about some homegrown examples. Over the last couple of years, the World Bank has been partnering with the Department of Science and Innovation through the Innovation Bridge platform, portal, to reach out to underserved entrepreneurs in the 5 countries in Southern Africa. So we had through this platform, in partnership with a private incubator / accelerator, who made available a digital or a hybrid learner management system for incubation and acceleration. So we reached about 1,000 entrepreneurs, of whom about 700 over participated in the program. Just the first week of May, we showcased 35 of the top entrepreneurs from across the 5 countries. And some of the ideas that are coming out, these businesses are really exciting. In fintech, for example, those of you who know Stockwells in South Africa, I guess you know Stockwells. The whole Stockwell industry is a multi-billion-dollar industry in South Africa. And there are these startups now trying to digitize that sector and bring in digital technology to make it more efficient and more profitable. So that's one area. The other, there are startups working in townships to provide low-cost broadband access to township residents. And they're working directly with the ISPs. There's some regulatory challenges, Janet, we have to talk about. But these are disruptive businesses, homegrown South African or Southern African businesses with the potential to scale and transform the lives of the people, especially the poorer people in these countries. So in agri-tech, in fintech, education tech, health tech, clean tech, many of these businesses are out there. Is how do we support them to scale and support them to grow and become transformative businesses.
Thanks very much, Ganesh. Leslie.
Thank you, Paul. One of the things that excited me about the evolution of the SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals, is that I'm starting to see a collapse of the wall between social innovation and digital innovation. You know, before it was the social entrepreneurs and the entrepreneurs. But now it's everyone's business to get involved in the SDGs. So there's no longer the us and them. We're seeing increased innovation. So that really does well for sustainable, or for, in this question, to strengthen sustainable socioeconomic development. Some of the examples, local examples I'll share is we have an entrepreneur, Neo Thiri, the founder of Pelebox, whose business started well before lockdown. It's called Pelebox, so it's really in the medtech space. And basically, when he had tuberculosis, he was, as an engineer, he was tired of queuing from 4 a.m. in the morning for chronic medication in clinics. And his solution was to come up with a smart locker system where you get a one-time one-time PIN by SMS. You walk in and out of the clinic within a minute or two. And he scaled to across to more than 100 sites. He's won a lot of international awards in 2020, 2019. Time magazine named it as one of the top 100 inventions in the world, right out of Johannesburg. We've got Sisanda Tech that's using really interesting, creative ways of applying augmented reality in townships to teach kids biology. You know, so it's a new lens in education where you can look at what's happening behind the ribcage or behind the construction of an eye. And suddenly this becomes accessible to kids that usually aren't part of these opportunities. And then I look at the gift of the pandemic. Sometimes I need to frame it like that. Again, like I said earlier on, we saw that we needed to produce our own solutions. Our makerspace converted Tshimologong precinct to a production site for PPE. And we've got 5 buildings downtown Joburg, so there's a lot of space. We could scale up really fast. UNDP saw what we're up to. They came to us with a few problem statements. We ran makeathons to look at how do we contextualize their problems or the solutions that they had to a South African context. They went out to market, validated it for the solutions, and the entrepreneurs converted those to businesses. The mining sector saw what we were up to. Sibanye Mines then donated a massive laser cut, and we started producing for the mining sector. So suddenly we had entrepreneurs who would have lost all their income sitting at home during lockdown. They were able to come to work, produce, and innovate. The final two examples I'll give is, the one is, I work with Insimolokong. First, we look at the intersection of hardware, software, and content. And from a content perspective, we do animation, gaming, VR, AR, XR. I won't get into detail of that tech. But we've disrupted how you look at education in the animation industry. It used to be known as an elitist space where you pay really expensive fees to go to schools to learn the skill. Our Animation Academy is highly competitive. Coming out of lockdown, I mean, this year we had over 400 applicants. We only take 10 to 12 interns per year. They're highly skilled. They're in demand now for production work, both as freelancers and they're also growing studios. Netflix has invested in a number of our alumni to go do their masters in Paris over the last 2 years. Our founding art director is creating an original Disney film that should be out in Disney Plus in the next few months. But the gift of the pandemic is that these guys sat at home and they focused on their work. We refined their skills. There was continuity and growth of the industry in South Africa as a result of the pandemic. The last example I'll give around technology is, again, just before lockdown, an entrepreneur out of Lagos convened a whole bunch of entrepreneurs and hub makers in Kigali. And we basically made the commitment to look at where and how we collaborate to make sure that the Africa Free Continental Trade Agreement works. And this is, those of us, like I say, hub founders, where we're intentionally collaborating and we're saying, regardless of what the politicians do, we're going to do this. And we're collaborating and we're supporting our entrepreneurs across countries. We need to make sure that we can trade well. And I have a lot to say about South Africa's role around visas, but this is an opportunity for us to address some of our brain drain and access skills sometimes that we don't have enough of at home. We speak a lot about the brain drain, but we don't invite the brain gain, people who want to collaborate in South Africa. A lot of brain wastage of talented people in South Africa who can't access visas to work in spaces like ours. So that goes back to the policy framework, but also where technology can support.
Thank you very much. I like the concept of the intersection of hardware, software, and content. I think that's a very powerful way of looking at it. But I'd also remind people that content is a very low barrier to entry model. So if you want to do something innovative, but you can't afford the hardware, or you don't necessarily have the personal skills to do the software yet until you build a team, maybe starting with content could be a low barrier to entry way of starting this. Marius.
Thank you, Paul. Looking at the future, obviously as we do, and developing the technologies we do, if we look at 5G and beyond, each and every vertical of industry, of business, of government can and will be impacted by the technology. A lot of the businesses out there do not actually realize it yet. And I speak extensively on use cases across the world on how the technology is applied and utilized to the benefit in ensuring that the productivity aspects are looked at, the safety mechanisms, etc., etc. Last year already in South Africa, we partnered with 2 of the network operators and we launched 2 5G smart mines. And I was privileged enough to be a keynote speaker at one of these events. And speaking to the people on the ground and seeing at the real world impact that the technology makes in that environment was astonishing for me. Because I speak about it a lot, but I don't see it a lot. And in terms of the safety aspects, all of those mechanisms now become a reality. The productivity capabilities, all of the problem solving, the data that can be hosted and analyzed on a need-to-be basis. We've seen facial recognition applied to pig farms in Mexico. We've seen facial recognition applied to the salmon industry in Norway. Right? So again, I think that it's such an exciting time for Africa at this point, but because once we make the technology available, we're going to be astounded as to what the future, the entrepreneurs, the students come from. And they show us what can actually be done. And that's what's exciting to me. Yes, we've got the use cases, and we can apply it, we can guide, we can equip, but I'm waiting to see what Africa is going to do with this moving forward once the technology is available. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, that reinforces the importance of sharing and collaborating and not reinventing the wheel and building on what already exists. The last issue we have time to discuss today, because God forbid we get between you and your lunch, is how can innovation, science and technology be leveraged to further strengthen entrepreneurial capacity in South Africa as well as in a broader African context? And I'm going to start with my friend Benene.
Yeah, I think okay, it's very, very faint. I think the one issue that we need to look at is how we can actually improve connectivity throughout the country and throughout the continent, because that's really where a platform is created for a whole lot of entrepreneurs. I mean, over the past couple of years, we have already started to see people and products that we never thought could be sold being sold on various technological platforms. You know, some will go into whether it's social platforms, your Facebooks and whatever, and they are currently, as we speak, successful entrepreneurs. All they needed was just to have a username and whatever it is, and they are registered and they do it. But that can't happen if there's no connectivity. And that's really one thing that we need to really work on in the continent, to make sure that everyone and everyone is connected. And the second thing, of course, is how do we provide that small seed? Because sometimes it's just a small seed that a person needs to go. We, in most cases, have instruments that support somebody who wants 5 million rands, but you don't have a seed that can support somebody who wants 50,000 rands. And this is really strange, because it begins to show what is it that we're focusing on. And that's why when we work, you know, some of the projects that we're working on, for example, with the World Bank, is to say, whatever small amount you may require that can kick you out to really do something, no matter how small, how do we then support you with it? So you don't come in and say, okay, I'm below the threshold, but everybody can have their own threshold to really enter into this space. And the last thing I want to highlight is just to make sure that the ecosystem is actually strengthened. Nothing lives outside the ecosystem. You and I are sitting here because there is an ecosystem that is supporting us. So businesses and entrepreneurs need their own ecosystem. You need to have a sense of who's the supplier. Where are the academic institutions where if a technology fails, we can look at them for further research and development for improvement. The market access, that's very important. And one way of building this access to market is to use technologies, for example, in things such as standards and regulation. Because people may have a product and they are denied market access simply because they can't get a paper of certification or to indicate that they meet the requirement. So I think these are some of the things that they can now be done through technology, and we need to just get it done.
Thanks, Benene. Jeanette?
Thank you. Yeah, I think I agree that for us to support the strengthening of entrepreneurial capacity, especially in the digital space, the first key thing is connectivity. And I've taken the points that have been said around connectivity and the need for, you know, rapid deployment, etc. And our department has actually got the rapid deployment policy approved, so it will make easier for the rollout of connectivity. But the other issue is that as government, over the years, we've been trying to roll out connectivity on our own, and we realize that it's really not that easy. So we will be working with the private sector. And with the SMMEs, I think the other area is around, you know, I think most of the SMEs focus on the software development space. And that's where a lot of data is created, and most of them then realize that I actually need servers where I can store this data, etc. So with the emergence of cloud computing, I think that's also one area of technology that's emerging, that's giving an opportunity, but then it's expensive. So from our side, with our Digitech program, when we engage with multinationals, we get them to help this SMMEs to store their data for free. For example, with the Microsoft program, they get to then store their data on the Microsoft cloud computing infrastructure, absolutely for free. So I think that's one of the areas. But also, within our universities of technologies, etc., built, labs and infrastructure to allow SMMEs to come as they please, to come and test their solutions. For example, at CETA, they've set up an innovation center in collaboration with Huawei, with Microsoft and Cisco, and SMMEs are able to come in and test their solutions absolutely for free. So those are some of the things that I think we can do as government, but also as a collective to help harness the entrepreneurial activity. Thank you.
Thanks, Ganesh.
Yeah, I'm fully agree with what both of you have said. Yeah, fully agree with that. So I think, firstly, is skills and education. I'm talking from basic education, STEM skills, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics skills, especially for women. We can't leave behind half the population of a country when there's participation of women in STEM, right from elementary school. I think that is something that we need to focus on, I think, with specific programs and specific targets. So STEM education for women, that'll be one where I think we need to leverage technologies to be able to access young girls in schools. We have a partnership. We have a program called Partnership for Skills in Applied Sciences, Engineering and Technology. It's a mouthful. It's called PASET. This is an Africa-led initiative that the World Bank is supporting. This is to build capacity in universities and research institutions across Africa. It's being led by a few countries. It's about 10 years old now, PASET. It was led by Ethiopia, Senegal, and a couple of other countries. South Africa could play a huge role in PASET. I think that's an immediate opportunity. But I want to talk about bringing the innovation, science, and technology ecosystem to the communities, because I've seen in South Africa, for example, those of you who know R Labs, Reconstructed Livelihoods. So R Labs runs programs in townships for township youth, high-risk township youth, and they work with youth. This youth who are from the community, they're embedded in the community, they enjoy the support of the community. It's a homegrown initiative. And they're super successful. If you look at their numbers, they're training all these young people. Some of them have developed their own startups, are doing really well. Others have learned digital skills and are getting jobs. And now that model is being rolled out in 5 townships across South Africa. It's called the D-Labs initiative. I mean, to me, those kind of I guess yours is similar too. It's embedded within the community. We need to bring the best of the ecosystem of the IST to these communities and work with them and build it from bottom up. I mean, I think I've seen that work and it's super exciting.
Thanks, Ganesh. Ponso?
Thanks. I mean, I think that how you strengthen entrepreneurial capacities, that you allow these talented people, firstly, to have access to information, because I think that's one of the things that's already been mentioned. But you also need to make sure that they have, government now, we have a lot of data that is their way of capturing this data. So use the data to understand where the gaps are. Let it inform new policies, where investments should go, because unless we do that, all these things remain sporadic for the longest time. But I think also just the ability to have the patience. I do find that we start projects in South Africa and then, people don't see results in 2-3 years and they think it's not working. I think you made the example, and we say this all the time. People see a product in the market and people talk about, oh, so quickly. No, it didn't start 2 years ago. It actually, the idea, the development started much longer than that. I think we've had the privilege of what I call a proper testing lab, because we had to build a telescope that works. We were not just doing development with the hope that we'll build something in future. We had to build something that works. It's created a vibrant lab that has led to real solutions that we've already pre-tested. So we know that our compute infrastructure works. We know that our storage solutions work. And now actually the people who build those solutions for us have now gone on. They are developing cost-effective cloud compute solutions, so we must talk. They are developing, now we know that we have to refresh our archives, so they're already developing a tape storage, that is, again, cheaper, open source, of the shelf components. And the more we can just allow then those solutions to be implemented elsewhere, it allows for people to build confidence in the fact that entrepreneurship can be developed in a place like South Africa, or Africa as well.
Thank you very much indeed. Leslie?
Thank you. I first want to invite Ganesh to consider STEAM. Don't forget the arts and creativity that also comes into play, and these are the touch points of collaboration between us and our labs, the conversation that Marlon and I are also pushing out. So it's a little provocation. I want to focus my closing comments on entrepreneurial capacity in rural and peri-urban or township economies. And because it is important, and I think, for all the reasons also Marius mentioned earlier, and Paul and a few other speakers. But I also want to challenge those of us who are running skills development spaces and incubators. I think quite often we tempted to take along our curriculum we developed in the city and take it to a rural context, where it's not applicable, it's not contextually relevant. And sometimes it's because we saying yes to the money from the funders who are saying, go run a course on blockchain or machine learning, which is not necessarily relevant. Well, let me not say it's not relevant. It's not the right starting point. When I look at theories like bricolage, it makes you consider, or it puts emphasis on looking at what resources already exist in your environment. What resource, what material can you reuse or upcycle and use in a new innovative way? When we have the starting point with communities where you look at what are the local problems that you're having, what are the resources we have at our disposal, and invest in that, then technology starts becoming exciting and alive. And I'm especially saying this because in the early 2000s, when computers were rolled out at schools, we started seeing schools locking up computers and computer labs because they didn't want to break it. So it becomes dusty and also outdated software. We're seeing the same happen with maker spaces now, because this is the latest trendy thing that you must have. When you do it properly, and these spaces are important, it becomes alive and it becomes relevant. I think of one of our entrepreneurs, Umpo, we call him Mr. Robot. You can actually Google him, he's been featured on CNN. He comes from Limpopo. He used to create robots from electronic waste and trash. He's now based in our makerspace and does, his work before was sophisticated, but now he's got different kind of tooling and he's advanced that. So when Umpo comes with us back into Limpopo, he's training and it again becomes contextually relevant in terms of onboarding the local community. I also want to touch on the point around infrastructure. And you're absolutely right, Paul. Government's got to play a role in terms of where and how we do hubs. But we cannot have empty dinosaurs. It saddens me that a lot of hubs and incubators closed during lockdown. Makerspaces shut down. The last 2 months, I won't name them, but you can Google this, 2 corporate-funded tech hubs closed, one in Cape Town, one in Joburg, 2 vibrant cities. It's not their core business, and they're not getting the return on investment fast enough. But entrepreneurs need infrastructure. One easy low-hanging fruit is paying the co-working space of entrepreneurs so they can enter spaces, not worry about paying rent for the first 2 or 3 years, use the infrastructure, get into a supportive community. That also supports the business model of hubs and incubators that really may have to wait a long time to get a return on effort.
Thank you very much. And Marius.
Thank you, Paul. I was fortunate enough a number of years ago to be invited to Uganda to participate as a keynote speaker at the Ministerial Entrepreneurial Workshop Day. And while I was waiting for my opportunity to speak, there were 2 young gentlemen there waiting with me, and, you know, how are you, what are you doing, why are you here, type of thing started. And they said to me they were actually very tired because they flew in from New York the night before. And I'm like, okay, tell me more. They said, no, what happened was they come from the village. While we with partnerships connected the village, they are engineering students at the university, and while they're studying, they thought to themselves, what can we do that will enable and make something better for our people in the village? In Africa, as we all know, cows are very important. So they developed an IoT device that you can connect to a cow that measures the cow's temperature. And me, not knowing that much about cows, went like, but why? And they looked at me and they said, well, when you go sick, the first thing your mom did was, are you okay? So it measures the temperature of the cows. They've got the app, but then they took it a step further. You can take that data and you can send it to a vet whom they partnered with. So now they can send the data to the vet, and the vet can have a look at it and say, it's cold, you know, it's got a cold, or no, I'm on my way. They won an international app award. How was this all made possible? Because of the technology and the connectivity. That's how you start entrepreneurship. Thank you.
Thanks, Marius. I'm sure you'll all agree with me that the panel has weaved a very rich tapestry for you today. So you might want to show your appreciation to Benene, Jeanette, Ponso, Ganesh, Leslie, and Marius. I have a little bit of housekeeping before I release you to feed yourselves, at least feed your stomachs. I hope this fed the mind. The scientific program starts at 2 o'clock. Okay? I would strongly request that all presenters are in their respective session rooms no later than 15 minutes beforehand. Your presentation, yes, is on the laptop, but we just want to make sure everything is working correctly. You meet your moderator, you meet your colleagues, so that you can have the kind of rich conversation and discussion that we've had here today. So the e-health track takes place in Amethyst. Societal implications of technology track is in the Emerald Room. Next generation technologies, including blockchain, will be the focus of discussion in the Crystal and Garnet Room. And then cybersecurity track takes place in the Onyx Room. You will be fed, at least your stomachs will be fed, if you go outside and turn left into the exhibition area. I'd remind you that the conference dinner is taking place at 6 o'clock tonight on the deck, and I hope that as many of you as possible will take that opportunity to network with new and with existing friends. And finally, I'd like to ask you to take advantage of being together for the first time in 3 years. You know, take advantage of the opportunity of the next 3 days to renew friendships, establish new relationships, and above all, listen to one another, to identify opportunities to collaborate, to address societal challenges, leveraging appropriate technological innovation. Gur Mila Mahagath, and I look forward to seeing you over the next 3 days. Thank you. Thanks, guys. You were fabulous. If I could do this every day of the week, I'm sure we would talk about different things.
we have translators. I'll just start all over. Welcome to session 3A, titled eHealth 1. In this session, we have 5 presenters, and they're going to present to us a number of different issues related to health. Our first presenter is Dr. Olumayowa Ogundayin. He is with UNISA Graduate School of Business Leadership here in South Africa. Dr. Ogundayini's research interests include health informatics, design of health interventions, and social implications of digital transformation to the sub-Saharan communities. Currently, with his colleagues, they're collaborating with University of Leeds in UK on global security perspective. And his paper will highlight to us the importance of digital health leadership, and it actually attempts to conceptualize it within the sub-Saharan Africa health system space. Dr. Ogundayin, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon to everyone. First, I would like to start by highlighting the motivation for this paper. And it was informed by the WHO's document on the health systems for health security around the world, where they came up with 6 pillars that are needed to strengthen a health system. And looking through those 6 pillars, just trying to see how Africa, the sub-Saharan African region, is doing in that aspect, I realized that the leadership aspect is lacking. And that is what has informed this paper. And also, while listening to the speakers today, I was trying to pick out the role of leadership in how technology is designed, in how technology is rolled out, but that key element is missing. And that's one of the things I'm hoping that my paper is able to lend some clarity to, or at least start a conversation on. All right, so in terms of leadership, the role of leadership within health systems, right, it's to mitigate against the effects of ineffective management, poor governance that leads to a weakened health system. And like I rightly mentioned, when you look at the 6 pillars of the WHO health systems for health security, technology and leadership are 2 of those 6 pillars. So what that tells us is that e-health leadership, okay, is at the core of building a resilient health system. Unfortunately, not much has been done to conceptualize what e-health leadership means within the space of sub-Saharan Africa. However, there are existing studies that look at leadership and management within health systems. In the studies that look at health leadership within the health system, leadership has been categorized into 2, which includes political leadership and technical leadership. And in terms of political leadership, that refers to the personnel structure that is responsible for the budget, the investment, and creating an enabling environment for digital health to be designed and implemented. And examples of political leadership would include the Minister of Health. For example, the Minister of Higher Education was here today to open. He is also very much interested in how innovations and technology are rolled out within the communities. So these are examples of political leadership. We also have policymakers, we have health agencies, and also moving on to technical leadership. Technical leadership looks at the academic experience, the competencies that are necessary to design, implement, and evaluate digital health interventions that are rolled out. So these two concepts are the fundamental concepts that e-health leadership can be conceptualized on, and I think that's one of the things I attempt to do in my paper today. I looked at a recent paper by Karamagi et al. 2022, where they look at health interventions in sub-Saharan Africa. And if you look at the statistics that they provided, leadership and governance is at the least, the bottom of the pile out of all the health systems building block. So this also serves as one of the motivation for looking at how the WHO framework, the National Digital Health Strategy of countries, and articles, academic articles have looked at the issue of leadership within health systems. So the objective of my paper was to look at the status of e-health leadership and also to try or attempt to contextualize e-health leadership concepts that are relevant to strengthening health systems in sub-Saharan Africa. So I conducted a rapid review, and the reason why I did a rapid review was to have a quick bird's eye view of what exists in literature around digital health leadership. And to do that, I looked at scholarly articles and also available national policies or strategies, depending on the semantics that are used. Some call it the strategic plan, National Health ICT Strategic Plans. I looked at those documents online, and then in terms of looking at data online databases, academic journals, I looked at Google Scholar, essentially because of its wide indexed articles, and then used the and or logic to search for relevant articles using keywords such as e-health or digital health, leadership, and sub-Saharan Africa. And then I looked at the available national e-health or digital health ICT policies that were available online. And I must say, in order to, the reasons why I looked at the national policy was to look at if there are leadership competencies that are involved in those documents, or if there are capacity building provisions in those documents. And in terms of the articles I looked at, the type of e-health did not influence my result because I was focused more on the e-health leadership. In terms of my results, what I found was that out of all the countries in Africa, at least 26 of those countries had an e-health or digital health strategy. And I've tried to list those countries where they mention e-health leadership or e-health leadership capacity building, all right? Although the extent to which they've operationalized these provisions is not yet known. And in terms of screening articles online, there are only about 4 to 5 articles that were eligible where they mention e-health leadership or competencies. And these are the articles. In terms of discussion of my results, what I was able to establish was that the literature on e-health leadership is limited, and the limitations can be attributed to the staggered way in which e-health is being implemented in various countries in sub-Saharan Africa. Also, the slow implementation or operationalization of national e-health policy documents. So these are what I attributed to the limited literature on e-health leadership. And then also, in terms of the staggered implementation of the e-health national policies, two of the reasons attributed to that is the limited resources and limited capabilities or capacity that currently exist within the health systems in sub-Saharan Africa. And of note is to mention that there are quite a lot of digital interventions also that have been implemented. However, most of them are duplicated and they are not particularly focused towards strengthening service delivery towards health security in the health systems of sub-Saharan Africa. And then another thing that literature revealed was that healthcare professionals are known to take on leadership and management roles, but when it comes to e-health competencies, there is still a lack. And right now, when we talk about digital economy, we're talking about the use of artificial intelligence, big data analytics to make decisions, and in order to participate within that digital economy and to realize the potential of e-health, leadership is very important. So based on to summarize the concepts that came out from literature, I attempted to conceptualize what e-health leadership should look like within sub-Saharan Africa health systems. However, this needs to be subject to empirical studies. So I conceptualized e-health leadership as the act of a competent individual. So now here we're looking at the technical leadership aspects or group with relevant and ICT or ICT digital skills and knowledge, combining both political and technical leadership in taking the lead to ethically implement and evaluate technology-driven health solutions. The leader develops operational plans with a multidisciplinary stakeholder team, establishes mentorship as a means to share knowledge, institutes accountability measures, and is responsible for managing and motivating other personnel to address health-related challenges peculiar to a certain context. As we all know, one of the things that digital transformation is revealing is that not one size fits all. Context does matter. Consequently, this combined individual and organizational skills and competencies translates to the realization of a strengthened health systems that boast of enhanced quality service delivery, a skilled technology-oriented workforce, leading to universal health coverage and improved health outcomes. So in order to gain the benefits of digital health intervention, it is important that e-health leadership comes strong. To conclude, my paper attempts to address the literature gap on contextualizing e-health or digital health leadership in sub-Saharan Africa health systems. I recommend that policymakers and governments should incorporate the objectives of e-health leadership in their national health policy documents in order to build capacities, in order to identify competencies that are needed within the health system, and also to incentivize short and long-term leadership courses in digital health for relevant professionals to upskill and to enable capacity development. And finally, one other recommendation is that there is a need to operationalize e-health leadership in the context of the different variables that influence what e-health leadership is. For example, it could be culture, it could be political interest, it could be profession, it could be gender. In terms of the references, some of the references I used, they are there, and I've also expanded more on the paper, which is hopefully going to be included in the proceeding. Thank you very much for your audience.
Thank you very much. Maybe we have some questions for... Yeah, thank you very much. If we have some questions, comments, I'll take two for now, and then we can have the rest at the end. Is that a question?
Yeah, I have a question. Thank you for your presentation. I don't see in your references documents from the World Health Organization. It seems a little bit.
If you look at the third bullet point to the last,
Okay.
yes. All right, but if it was not on the slide, I'm sure it's in the paper.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much for the nice presentation. I'm wondering whether you also checked the digital maturity of the continent, considering that the health sector is a specialized field, so that if changes are going to happen in the health sector, they should have started, I think, from other applications which are not like specialized, that are not highly regulated. So what is the level of digital maturity in the continent?
All right, thank you for your question. In terms of looking at the digital maturity level, I didn't consider that. However, like I mentioned, one of the motivations for this paper was to look at the building blocks towards realization of strengthening the health systems in sub-Saharan Africa, of which there are 6 of them. And if the health systems are strengthened, it means that we all have health security. And hence why I focused on those 2, which is technology and leadership, as where we are lacking behind. Yes, we have the ideas of what technology can do, but we are lacking in the leadership competencies and the skills capacity to ensure that we coordinate and we bring together these 2 concepts towards realizing health security.
Okay. We'll have that question as the last one for now, and at the end, we'll also have a set of questions from all presentations. Yeah.
Thanks very much, and thanks for that great presentation. Really a very important topic as well. Just to say again, based on what the other colleagues have said as well, I think there's a lot of information in the maturity assessments work that has been done by various organizations that may be a little difficult to access, kind of grey literature, but a lot of assessments have been done, sort of maturity assessments, like I'm thinking of the stages of continuous improvement, that the so-called SOCHI work that's been done, and then also there's work that the CDC has done, CDC Africa as well, on the informatics savvy organization, where there's a lot of information around the technical competencies in those areas measured at national and subnational level in a number of African countries. Just a thought.
All right, thank you very much for that.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ogundaini. Let's give him another round of applause. On stage, I will now call upon our second presenter, and that's Professor Mohamed Jamel. He's from Association de Technologie du Centre from Tunisia. His research interest includes software engineering of distributed systems, formal methods in model-driven architecture, self-adaptive and pervasive systems. He's been involved in many research projects, vast experience, and over the years he's published over 300 regular and invited papers in conference proceedings and journals. He has co-edited 6 conference proceedings and co-edited 5 journal special issues. So much experience. And he's also currently a leading principal investigator in the EU Horizon 2020 Better eHealth project, and also another EU project called Net Unit project within the IEV program. Over to you, Prof. Jamel.
Thank you, Shipu, for this presentation. So, my name is Mohamed Jmail. As you remarked, so my My background is computer science, and I'm actually professor at the University of Sfax. And today I'm representing the Cluster Health Tech. Actually, the Cluster Health Tech is an organization at the regional level which aiming to set up an ecosystem for building or for building innovation, creating innovation and entrepreneurship in the region. It's facts, because we are very convinced that health technology, and particular digital and e-health, is an opportunity not only for Tunisia, but all for the continent and for all the world. It's not only about health, but also about economic challenges and opportunities. So, as I said, today I will present best practices and lesson learned from e-health projects carried out in African countries, particular 4 African countries, which are Ghana, Ethiopia, Malawi, and Tunisia. And these countries are actually partners, the African partners from this project, the Better eHealth project. And the Better eHealth project is a European EU-funded project under the framework of Horizon 2020. And it is about digital health and aiming at providing support for decision makers and stakeholders in order to make successful digital health transformation in Africa, and particularly in the participating and partner countries. So the Better eHealth project is built on, let's say, 3 or 4 work packages. We are focusing on human factors, on technical factors, but also on political and ethical or policy factors. And in order to do all this work, because the main objective is to provide to decision makers some kind of roadmaps and strategic plans in order to facilitate the digital transformation of the health sector in these countries. And to do this work, because there's many data collection and analysis should be done, we have a whole work package which is dedicated for collecting data about policies and solutions developed in these countries. So the overall objective of this project is the e-health in itself is not an objective, but is a tool in order to provide a better quality and accessibility of health services. So the main objective of this paper is we have 2 objectives. The first one is to investigate existing e-health projects in these 4 countries, notably Ghana, Ethiopia, Malawi, and Tunisia, in order to identify best or good practices, but also lesson learned from projects dealing with digital health, and identify critical elements to the success of e-health in these countries. So we think that we have to avoid creating or so we think that building on already or previous experiences, particularly successful experiences from other countries or within the countries, is very important in building digital health systems. And building digital health system is a very difficult task, and should be also made based on, among others, already successful previous experiences. So we are dealing with okay. So we focus on e-health projects. It could be solution, policies, intervention, procedures, and we try to identify best practices. I will show you how we can, or how we would qualify a project as best practice and what kind of lessons we can learn from these projects. So the objective is to assist other parties within similar context, or how to build reliability to the desired results, how to improve outcomes, and avoid particularly some mistakes in building projects, because experience could be successful, but sometimes there's some failure, so we can learn from this mistake or from this failure. And yeah, as I said, we are trying to avoid reinventing the wheel, and to avoid also mistakes in order to build scalable, sustainable, but also more effective digital health project. So how to do that? What we try to do, we try to make this this process as formal as possible, and we try to base on some kind of indicator to do this evaluation in order to classify or qualify projects as good or best practices. So the first primary evaluation is based on Global Digital Health Index. So one of the difficulties we encounter when we deal with this kind of work is collecting data. Collecting data is not a very easy task, and to do that, we try to look on the web, on papers, and so on. And one of the resources we use it is the Global Digital Health Index, and this is a platform provided by the World Health Organization, and it provides indicators. These indicators monitor and evaluates the progress of the digital health transformation in one country. And it is based on the 7 pillars of the, let's say, digital health system in one country, which are leadership, strategy, legislation, workforce, people, human resources, standards, interoperability, infrastructure, application, and services. And each of this component is evaluated. So the maturity of this component is evaluated according to a 5-scale indicator from 1 to 5. So 1 indicates a very low level, and 5 indicates very high level. So if we get number 5, it means that the component reach its maturity. So I give you an example from here is the Ghana, for example, the Ghana health system. The overall is, the progressing is phase 3. Leadership and governance is 3. For example, from the strategy investment level is level 2, and so on. Another level of evaluation is we set a set of criteria, and these criteria are classified in 3 classes. So we have exclusion criteria, core criteria, and qualifier criteria. And these criteria are so taking in a project, a health project, we try to evaluate this project according to this criteria. If one of the exclusion criteria is not satisfied, so we cannot consider this project or this intervention as good or best practice. So in order to make this evaluation, we for each criteria we set up a set of questions in order to be able to attribute a score for this criteria. So, for example, for relevance, we have asked to what extent does the intervention or solution address the identified needs? How well do the objective of intervention correspond to the needs of the end user, and so on. And we built for that formulas, and doing that we need to collect data. Data collection is based on desk research and document reviews, on also surveys, on papers, and on the web. We had also focus groups to discuss with people, particularly people in Ministry of Health or people in Ministry of ITs involved in the digital transformation process. So we had also interviews with people, with representative of these ministries. So doing that, we or based on this criteria, we were able to identify some best practices or good and best practices. Two solutions in Ethiopian. One in Ghana is about a policy, two solutions in Malawi, and two solutions in Tunisia. So all these results are based on data collection, as I said, and data collection are not easy to make. In each partner in the corresponding partner country made their effort, many effort, in order to get and to obtain data from representative and to get the formula filled and to be able to evaluate them according to the criteria I presented. So, for example, solution from Ethiopia is the digital, is the district health information system, which is a software aiming to improve monthly reporting of indicators in order to facilitate decision making in these countries. There is also electronic community health information system in order to involve people, particularly end user, but also community of patient in the digital health transformation process. In Ghana, for example, we identified the strategy they built and how they built the strategy, and particularly the regular framework and also the skills building or the training in order to make capacity building of professional of health, of the health sector. So what we can learn from this solution or from these best practices is we can, just one second. So from the Ethiopian e-health system, evidence-based performance indicators are very important to set up. Participation and inclusion of all categories of stakeholders is very important. To have also from the Ghana system, we can learn that it is important to have policies, but also a complete legal framework. And when we don't have a legal framework for e-health, it could be an obstacle or an obstacle for making or for adopting e-health solution in these countries. From Malawi, for example, we can learn that interoperability is very important in order to be able to integrate health information systems, and also making a solution based on human-centric design is very, or following a human-centric design approach is very important. So besides the, let's say, the successful of many solutions that already developed and deployed in African countries, particularly in the 4 countries we studied, and we can identify some challenges in relation with digital health projects. So we observed that most of the projects are pilot projects, so sustainability is not always ensured because it is not based on the big picture or a whole transformation process of the digital system. Also, we observed that few innovation and because the lack of collaboration between health professionals, but also people from the technology sector. So and another aspect is the lack of innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem is also one of the challenges. We observed that most of the running projects and also past projects have been funded by foreign donors, so there is little investment or national investment in digital health in African countries. So we can conclude that regarding the factors I presented at the beginning regarding the Beta e-health projects, so participation and inclusion of all categories, stakeholders is very important to build the strategy of a country. Transparency is very important, sharing also the strategies, and regarding or taking the whole process from the beginning. We think that regarding technical factors, working with open source codes is very could foster innovation and could provide many solutions for digital health transformation in Africa. Having evidence-based performance indicator and monitoring tools is very important, and interoperability and standard-based solutions are also very recommended. Is sometimes mandatory or obligatory. Human factors, so capacity building is very important, and user-centric design is also paramount criteria when dealing with digital transformation of the health sector. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. Thank you very much. I'll ask participants to take note of the questions for his presentation, and I'll open at the end because we spilled over in terms of the time. I'll now call upon the next presenter, Dr. Thank you so much, Prof.
Thank you. Shipu is from East Malawi, is also one of our partners in this project.
Yeah.
So we have here the booklet of the project is in French. We have also an English version. If someone wants to have the English version, please email me this.
Now that you mentioned me, there's a lot. Actually, there was a question on maturity. As part of the project, we also did maturity assessment for standards and interoperability across the 4 countries. So there's a lot which can be learned from the booklets. Thank you. Yeah. I'll call upon Dr. Wegene Demek. He's from Edinburgh Napier University in the UK. Dr. Demeke is a lecturer and program leader in the School of Computing Engineering and Built Environment at Edinburgh Napier University. He has taught at various UK universities, including Brunel University, Cardiff Metropolitan University, and Bucks New University. His research interests include adoption and use of technology in education, hospitality, and health sectors. He has published his research in peer-reviewed journals such as ASLIB, Libri, and Computer Applications in Engineering Education. Let me call Dr. Wegene Demeke on stage, please.
Thank you very much for. Just before I start, my area of interest in my research is in terms of ICT adoption and use, particularly in developing countries. So let me just start my motivation. This is a sort of problem-driven motivation. The health service provision in Ethiopia is very, very, as you can see, is as low as the 10% coverage in some areas. Even in the capital city, the coverage area is about 50%. There are a series of barriers, geographic barriers, limited infrastructure, health professionals, particularly in rural areas. People want to work in cities where there are a lot of services for their families, so they're not really interested to go into the remote area of the country to work. The systems is not really strong enough in terms of the infrastructure, so the referral systems are very weak, have got really a whole impact on the health outcomes. So, but in terms of rapid advancement of technology, specifically telemedicine, there is a whole lot of promises that might really help to really change in that. There are two objectives which I was looking in terms of it. One is the normal, what are the barriers in terms of the implementation of telemedicine, health provision. The other one is these are in terms of organizational technical barriers, which comes in terms of knowledge factors, where people don't really have the knowledge. So the health policies are the one which I was looking into as well. So are these policies, as Professor Mohammed was talking about in terms of these policy issues in different African countries, is there any differences in terms of these policies resulted in different outcomes of e-health? One of the questions is that. So, but my focus is when I'm looking in terms of these policies in Ethiopian perspective, this is regarding about what are the policies that really drive telemedicine, especially where the population, the lot of population, that is 80% of the population lives in the rural and unserved areas of the country. So in terms of that, so what happens is the research approach is to really know exactly what are the barriers, went to the health professionals and do a survey, both qualitative and quantitative data. And what happens, what I did, another one is I collected the available health policies, and as these health policies are really enabling or become a barriers themselves. How often do we actually look at our policies, whether they are really fit for purpose? As you know, the policies really run every 5-10 years. Technology is advancing at a very fast rate. Are we really using these policies in terms of it? But particularly my interest was, as these policies harmonized, which comes out from different ministry offices. So the innovation minister has got their own policies, the health minister has got their policies, the agricultural minister has got their own policies. So I'm looking at how are these really harmonized? Do they really give the things that we are really looking to get the outcome of it? So the result, what happens is now the major outcome, the outcomes which results which I see is there is a lack of technology infrastructure, lack of training experience, because there is no much in there. You can't really get experience and knowledge, and lack of awareness and management support. It is, when you look at considering telemedicine, it is a sideshow. It is not considered as one of the main means of delivering healthcare, especially for the people who are really living far in terms of the countries. You look at in terms of the policies, the different policies are not harmonized, and this really creates that there are policies which are looks as if they are wish lists rather than implementable in terms of providing actual outcomes in terms of the health outcomes of the population. So these are in terms of, there are already established telemedicine services. You can actually see that the current data which shows the 388 consultations done in 5 years. That is about, there are about 46 hospitals are using telemedicine. You can see that it is not actually used as significantly as it is supposed to be. Okay, so this is really big impact of the outcomes. Just but to give you the background, this is the Ethiopia. The geographical really differences is really huge. The division between the highland and the lowland, where the Rift Valleys goes through it, the highland is, the roads are really difficult because it is a mountainous area, and the highland, the lowland is just sparsely populated. So it is that the technology are not really difficult. Even though Ethiopia started way back, this is Lunadingle, one of the kings who lives back in 1508, brings the modern hospital from Portugal, established a hospital in Gondar. That is the place where he was the king, and then he works in terms of it. But the available data, you can indicate the health system coverage in Ethiopia is still 34.3%. So looking at the capital at 52%, and the Afar region as low as 10%. So here, technology advances, there is a great potential in terms of the improvement of quality of care. There is always a shortage of health professionals. When I really look at in terms of health professionals, there is always one African-trained doctor leaving Africa to Europe every day. It's 365 days a year. So what happens is, yes, in terms of AI, we don't know really the impact of it, what it's going to create in there, but the health professionals are not really available in terms of the. So telemedicine can provide an equitable, equality healthcare systems, but it is not actually recognized as one of the way to provide health services in the country, especially for people who are really living in the remote areas. So this is reduce barriers, harmonized policies. This is one of the key elements of it in terms of it. The policies are not really harmonized. There is no really how to implement that policies when you really look down deep in there. In terms of accessibility, it might really increase. And then some of the new AI technology might really help the implementation of the technologies to really improve the health outcomes of the population. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Demeke, for that presentation. Again, we'll take note of questions to this presentation, and we'll have a round of question and answer at the end. I will now call upon to the front our next presenter. Our next presenter is Belina Shisia. She works with Ministry of Health in Kenya, and today she'll be presenting to us a paper titled Implementing a District Health Information System during the COVID-19 pandemic, a stakeholders approach in Kenya. And this will focus mainly on the challenges of deploying digital solutions for data management during public health emergencies. Her interest is on confidentiality, data security, and governance within ongoing digitization and automation taking place in the Ministry of Health in Kenya. Over to you, madam.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. The motivation of this study was that many countries are implementing digital platforms for managing routine data. But when it comes to public health emergencies like COVID-19, they did not do very well, especially for Kenya. So that was our motivation. Quality data cannot be underscored, especially in emergency situations. Now, a number of countries, including Kenya, we have Mozambique, Sri Lanka, among others, including Rwanda, adopted the District Health Information System, DHIS2, which is an open source, a free open source platform that was developed by University of Oslo. And Kenya has been using this platform for routine information. Now, when COVID emerged, there was a module that was customized to be able to collect the necessary data. However, it faced challenges forcing other data collection channels to be employed. So that is why we wanted to understand why this system did not perform well. Our objective was to gather experiences in the implementation of DHIS2 in a pandemic situation, and specifically we wanted to assess the robustness of the DHIS2 package in regard to its accessibility, simplicity, flexibility, data quality, and facilitating conditions. We also wanted to understand the existing legal and governance framework for adoption of DHIS2, and also evaluate stakeholder engagement during the implementation of the software or the utilization of the software for managing of the COVID-19. Our design was longitudinal case study design, which was best suited to answer the questions of why and how. Why is it that DHIS2 COVID package did not work well in Kenya? We collected data at the national and subnational levels. That is, at the national level, we had departments that were key to collection of this information. That is Department of Health Information System. There was the Emergency Operations Center that was set up to manage or to handle COVID issues, and also the National Laboratory Services. At the subnational level, we sampled 8 counties from high burden, mid, and low counties, low burden. And then, due to COVID restrictions, our sampling method was convenience sampling. We had to target a group that was easy to obtain because of the restrictions that existed. Now, we reviewed documents and electronic systems and conducted key informant interviews. We also used a standardized questionnaire to conduct interviews. And we evaluated the DHIS in terms of simplicity, flexibility, acceptability, data quality, and facilitating conditions. Of course, ethical clearance was sought, and participants gave their consent. The interviews were transcribed, and an analysis of the emerging themes constituted, and this was discussed with participants in order to gain in-depth understanding. So the results in regard to simplicity of the systems, most participants or the respondents found that the system was simple to use. That is, the DHIS module, which was customized for COVID data, was simple to use. Data entry was easy, but data analysis became a challenge because there were gaps. There were gaps in that led to misinterpretation of data. Then we had the health records and information officers who routinely reported on, who always reported on DHIS, on routine data. They were better placed to utilize the system than other cadres. In terms of flexibility, COVID, the module could only accept data for COVID-19 and not other diseases. Then DHIS track, especially when we wanted to to check on how HIV relates to the COVID-19. That was a challenge when it came to analysis. DHIS tracker module that revealed client identity made it difficult to allow access to stakeholders. There was a challenge in terms of who should access, who should be given the rights in regard, because of the issue of confidentiality. And because also there was the changing needs. Like initially there was no vaccine. After some time, we had to start reporting on the number of people who are vaccinated. So it required again another module that was developed, which was outside what the DHIS2 was. And then because of this inflexibility, there were other ways in which data was collected, and that meant that the module, the DHIS module for COVID-19 data was actually abandoned in view of the simpler methods like use of the Excel sheets. In regard to acceptability of the system, DHIS2 reporting was accepted. Stakeholder engagement was poorly done, especially at the beginning, because when the need came to have the COVID data collected through the DHIS2, it was the developers plus the government bodies that came together and did the customization. Then there was limited updating of the system, in that, routinely that system, it was capturing routine data was, you will take all the time to be able to do the data entry. But there was an urgency in regard to reporting of COVID. And therefore, you will find that some counties will not have reported. Others have reported. When it comes to the national level reporting, that becomes a challenge to be able to generalize that information and say these are the cases from the country. And because of the also workload, there was the routine, work that needed to be done. That now meant that even narrowing down to collection of COVID-specific data became a challenge. Data quality. There was a challenge on the information that was collected. Sometimes you'll find that the phone contacts was a challenge. Accuracy in terms of the dates that were reported, there were discrepancies for instance, a person will be asked which county do you come from? The person resides in Nairobi, for instance, the capital city, but then their home is in another county. So you'll find that when it comes to analysis, where do you place this person? So things like that. Then data validation issues, it was also possible to enter. That is now a system issue whereby somebody will enter a person with an age of 2,000 years, which wasn't really accurate. So there were facilitating conditions, although they were not enough to sustain to make the system successful was that participants in the study were adequately informed about the DHIS2. There was training that was conducted, and even counties also embraced the informal learning. They formed the WhatsApp groups, and they were able to share knowledge. And most counties also had access to computers and internet, except for a few areas like Wajir. Now, DHIS2 has most of the necessary support and technical capabilities for COVID-19 management. That is what we really found. And we know that, of course, there were limitations in terms of data quality, flexibility, acceptability, but a major challenge was in the stakeholder engagement, because it was difficult to coordinate the stakeholders with different interests. For instance, the national government had an interest in ensuring that data is collected from all the counties. Sometimes when cases are reported at the county level, because of fear of being fear of lockdown and affecting a specific county, you'll find that leadership in that county say, no, this is not the data that we have approved to come from our county, and things like that. So data governance was another challenge. So as I had mentioned earlier, there was access was denied to some of the stakeholders because of the confidentiality issues. So in conclusion, this paper identified the pivotal importance of establishing adequate stakeholder engagement and maintaining mechanism of learning and collaboration among stakeholders during emergencies, especially in the initial period of customizing or coming up with a package for reporting. And also, for successful implementation, we recommend adequate stakeholder engagement and change management activities such as training. And of also greater importance is rapid system user evaluation. Could this COVID-19 reporting tool have undergone evaluation earlier on? Probably that will have been a success. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam, for that presentation. We move on to, last but not least, online for this session. We have Dr. Chris Sebret. I'm not sure whether I've got the correct pronunciation. Dr. Chris is based here in South Africa, but he works in many African countries. Also, he works in Indonesia. He's part of the South Africa Department of Science and Innovation Center for Artificial Intelligence Research. He is the founder and CEO of Gembi Health Systems, NPC. This is a South African NGO focusing on digital health and health data science. He is also an honorary research assistant in the School of Public Health at University of Cape Town. At University of Cape Town, he is also an honorary research associate in the School of, an associate, research associate in the AI research, plus other responsibilities. I can go on and on for him. I'll now pass over to Dr. Sekbe.
Thank you very much. Is this working now? Great. I'll try to speed up my presentation this afternoon. It's probably longer than it should have been, so I'll skip through many of the slides and try and get to the main main point of it. But firstly, thank you to the organizers for inviting me to present. It's been really interesting so far. So the title of my presentation is Digital Public Goods and Health Service Delivery. So I'm going to be trying to describe for you one of the research agendas that we followed over almost 15 years at this stage. And what we've uncovered, and it's mostly through field work, through working in the field, building open source software, delivering it into production, what we've learned from that, the challenges and the advantages that we see in it, and where we are now in this journey that we're following. So I'll be following that through. If I could just get the computer to work. Great. So just starting off to set the scene, so I'll whip through this very quickly. It's something we all know. Digital health is a key enabler of health service delivery, and this is something I remind myself every day. For the last 2 weeks, I've been in Ethiopia, and just seeing the adoption of digital health in Ethiopia, one of the favorite countries that I have to work in, is very rewarding, and to see the advances that they're making as a country in that. But of course, the key challenges we know: infrastructure, cost of appropriate software solutions, and then, as others have said, community-driven open source has been one of the strategies that countries have used to try and take advantage of digital health and overcome some of the challenges. And then the one that we are particularly focused on now at the bottom there, the success of digital solutions often limited by fragmentation and lack of interoperability between systems. We heard other speakers speaking about the DHIS2, which is an enormously successful piece of open source software. Of course, it needs to be applied correctly under the correct circumstances. But also it's part of an ecosystem. And what we are seeing at the moment, I believe, is that the movement from small isolated applications of digital technology to national level systems at scale, requiring interoperability and integration. So that's the primary challenge that we've been working with in the last couple of years. And this diagram over here shows the work that we did in the first half of the 15 years. So we were one of the founder members of another community-driven piece of open source software called OpenMRS, the Open Medical Record System. So that started out, if you looked at this map 15 years ago, you would have seen one little dot over here, which was where we started it in Cape Town. With 5 community meetings, with getting small amounts of donor funding from the Canadian IDRC. We're talking about 200,000, 300,000 Canadian dollars to start something. And this is, I think, one of the successes of open source, is that it's used all over the world now, from a relatively modest investment by a seed donor. And now it's used in many, many countries. So it was from that experience that we decided the next challenge that we wanted to research and develop was interoperability. And that was investigating the feasibility of health information exchange as a potential key technology for interoperability in low resource settings. So we heard other speakers mentioning earlier today, this important perspective that whatever we develop needs to be focused on low resource settings and how things work in that environment. And it was to leverage the experience in the OpenMRS community-driven open source solution, and to see if we could replicate that for health information exchange and do something towards interoperability. And then, of course, scale the system to a global digital public good. So what we've seen in the open source world at this stage, after 15 or more years, is the registration of digital public goods, so that we can address some of the concerns that some of the other speakers today spoke about, is how do we evaluate the open source solutions that are out there? How do we understand what works and what doesn't, and under what conditions? So that's the task that the Digital Public Goods Alliance is taking on, and is trying to do something in that regard. So what we did is, this is a picture, a diagram, which just basically shows our first stab at creating health information exchange for low resource settings. You can see it makes use of open source technologies like open source. In fact, it's built completely out of open source. This was an interoperability solution which we got from Canada, from Mohawk College in Ontario. And then these were different other pieces of open source software that we essentially combined. We used standards, international standards from HL7 and IHE in order to construct essentially a small health information exchange. Well, it turned out not to be so small because it became the Rwanda Health Information Exchange. So implemented at a national level in Rwanda, still not at the level that we would like to see it being used, and many of these components have been switched out. But essentially it was, I think, a seminal achievement to have implemented a health information exchange in Rwanda, and which is still being developed out today, and using the key piece there was open source technologies. So that was the first result that we had from trying to take the architecture of a health information exchange and implement it in low resource settings. One of the side effects of that was to develop another piece of open source technology called the OpenHIM, the Open Health Information Mediator. That is something that we did as GEMBI, with the, which is a South African non-profit company, in collaboration with the University of KwaZulu-Natal at that time, and then later the University of Cape Town. Also busy being registered as a digital public good. But one of the key pieces of that interoperability architecture, and we focused in on this because it's the enterprise service bus that really powers the health information exchange. And the rest of the work that I'm describing today really has followed the development of the OpenHIM. So after having been developed and implemented as a core part of the Rwanda Health Information Exchange, we built on that, those early experiences into working with others, building out the community aspect, because we believe that open source is really important, is only really important if it's community driven. This is one of the key requirements for it to become sustainable and for it to actually reach scale in countries. So a movement which came out of that early Rwanda work is now called the Open Health Information Exchange, which is a global collaborative of organizations working at taking that early architecture that we implemented in Rwanda and expanding that out. So we showed and demonstrated that this could address the interoperability challenge that was growing alongside all of the growth of all of the small open source softwares that were being implemented. And this was now developed into a standard architecture which was now being curated by this community. And this is the interoperability layer, the piece that's addressed by the OpenHIM. So the OpenHIM, we've continued to develop that and implement it, and in a number of different countries, and grow it out as open source software. I'm going to show the slide here. Please don't worry about the detail. It's really just to show that this is what it looks like now. So it used to be just one piece, and if you're really interested, there it is over there. But as we're saying, what's the challenge now in low resource countries is there has been, and we'd still like to do more of a study on this, but there's been enormous adoption of digital technology. A lot of open source solutions have been implemented, whether it's DHIS2 or SORMAS or ComCare or whatever. The countries have a lot of software out there, and these are all open source components. All of these are open source, and they can be put together into what is actually an enterprise scale system. So if you look just over here at Kafka, this is a very mature open source technology, a messaging bus, which allows us to take messages at national scale. So you're talking about Nigeria, Indonesia, hundreds of millions of people passing patient identified information through a national system in order to register patients and to provide care at a national level. You need systems at this kind of scale. And I'm saying that our research is showing that you can do this in Africa, and you can do it in a sustainable way. So at this moment, again, I wish I had a nice map on this. I was trying to draw it, but I couldn't get to it. But at the moment, we have known implementations of the OpenHIM and the HIE in at least 8 African countries. 2 weeks ago, we held the Open HIE annual community meeting in Malawi, and many, many countries were there presenting their use of the architecture and the various components. And so at least, we know of at least 8 African countries that have adopted it. It's being trialed in Indonesia at the moment. But this is a key piece here. Implementation has been challenging. So that is something that we're applying our minds to now and trying to figure out during the next phase of trying to develop out these key technologies is how do we assist with implementation. We've got some clues here today around capacity building, skills development, communities of practice, etc. Just to say some of the challenges that are emerging, sustainability models, we've all spoken about that. That's clearly a challenge with open source, which is ultimately how do you finance that in the long term? And I think it's something really critical that we need to get to because, as I've mentioned, a lot of countries are moving to national scale implementations built on open source software, which is maintained by, well, to be honest, fairly suspect business models. University of Oslo and DHIS2 is great. NORAD have been funding them for forever with vast amounts of money. But a lot of the open source software that are doing great jobs on the ground are not funded that well. So is that a sustainable business model, or should we be looking at something different? Governance is becoming really, really important. And I think it's on my next slide here. I'll just skip to that quickly. This is the POPI Act in South Africa. There's GDPR in Europe. We need to start thinking about that because a lot of these systems, when it's implemented by country, there's no contract between the country and the person and the vendor. So what does that mean in terms of liability? You know, who owns the data? So there are a lot of issues there. So again, these are not, I don't think they detract from it. I just think they are challenges that need to be looked at. What's super encouraging as well is we worked on a project over the last 2 years, which is based also, I think, totally in line with this work, is to produce health information exchange guideline and standards, which was developed by the Africa CDC and adopted by the African Union. I mean, this is a seminal document, policy that's out there, because what this is addressing things like cross-border data sharing. So when we talk about global health security, pandemic preparedness, like what are we going to do about the next wave of COVID or another SARS-type virus coming out, or a zoonotic crossing that we don't know yet, this kind of guideline is going to help us, Africa as a continent, respond in a more timely fashion. So I won't go into that more. We've done some work customizing this for Ethiopia, and we hope that this will be adopted soon. Nigeria is doing it, and there are other African countries. And I think this is where it starts. We need a governance framework. And then inside there are the standards and all of the technologies that can be mobilized so that we have a quicker response. Sorry, I'll be very quick now. Just to say the most interesting work we're doing at the moment, which is related to the public health emergency operations centers that we heard earlier, which often are I was there last week in Ethiopia, watching the FIOCs respond to the cholera outbreak in Ethiopia at the moment, and it's wonderful to see how a whole group of 30, 40, 50 people, public health professionals, are all gathering data from response officers out in the fields, etc., and bringing all of that together in order to provide a coordinated public response in Ethiopia to a public health outbreak. And that's what motivates me as we go along. And we're thinking about how AI can really be used in future in order to support those kind of people on the ground. At the moment, when you look at the kind of dashboards that they are producing, it's all about response, it's all about up to now. There's very little happening in terms of prediction. Like, we should be able to be adopting the One Health policy of the World Health Organization and all of the pandemic work in order to help us prevent the next outbreak and predict the kind of environmental conditions that are going to potentially result in another zoonotic crossing or whatever else. So I'll leave it there just to say that's all of this data integration of work, of course, empowers this because it's all based on data. So at the end of the day, once you have the data, once you have the interoperability, once you have the standardization, this is what you can start doing. You can really start looking at AI, machine learning, digital twins, whatever your fancy is. And then just to credit all the people in the group that I work with in Gembe at the University of Cape Town and the Regan Street Institute in the United States. And then just a last slide just to say that the way that we're working with many of our African colleagues is through these kind of networks. And we call it an ecosystem model. So last week I was at the University of Gondar in Ethiopia, and then and what we do is we create nodes around this, which are working through NGOs that are doing the work on the ground, the universities that are doing applied research, and then the institutes that are doing the blue sky research. And I firmly believe that a lot of innovation can come out of Africa because we have all of the opportunity and all of the wherewithal to do it. So last slide is just to thank everyone for listening and for inviting me to speak today. Thanks so much.
Thanks. Thank you very much, Dr. Chris. We've heard and listened to the 5 presentations from e-health leadership to best practices and lessons. We also learned about how to implement for emergency in the COVID-19 pandemic. We also heard about factors affecting the adoption of telemedicine all the way to digital public goods and health service delivery. He's also given us, the last presenter, some food for thought, issues pertaining to liability, who owns the data. And that's something within our countries, our governments, we need to take into serious consideration. I'll open the floor for questions to the 4 presenters. We already had a chance for the first presenter, now the remaining 4 presenters. The questions you took note of. You just mentioned all the questions directed.
This is a question for Professor Mohammed. When you look at the outcome of the research in these different countries.
We'll get the questions and then I'll give a chance of presenters to respond. So just take note of your questions. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Different countries, when you look at these different countries in terms of outcomes of or best use of technology for and so on, have you seen any policy impacts, different policies resulting in different outcomes from these different countries which you have seen, if you have actually looked at those? It might not really be the area of interest, but thank you.
Okay, thank you. More questions?
Hi there, my name is Carl. Thank you very much to each one of the speakers for wonderful talks. The overarching theme that I noticed is that these open source, whether it's private, whether it's public, these open source health collection apps or software or systems are very disjointed. And Chris, I think you mentioned the interoperability is actually essential. Now, I wonder, at a fundamental level, is this because programmers, I don't know if there's any programmers in the room, but I don't understand enough about it, but is this because programmers are not talking to one another and each person wants to feel confident that they've built their own system, and now these systems must all talk to one another, and we end up with thousands and thousands of programmers who do one little bit here and one little bit there? That slide that you showed, Chris, with all of the different systems talking to one thing and one thing, it's like, what are we doing? We have to think about it as a one system. Your thoughts on that?
Okay, thank you so much. That's a quite packed
question. More questions?
Yeah, my question goes to Dr. Chris. Talked about cross-border healthy data exchange, which is really quite an issue, because when you go to specific countries in Africa, you realize things are so difficult. Even for the researchers, you try to think of a problem which is real, but when you remember the policy issues and the challenges, you realize that the implementation, there's a problem. It's not implementable. PhD students, they have come up with their, topics. They have been shut down because it is not visible to implement such an idea, given the governance issues and all that. Now, you have talked about a possibility of having a standard framework for Africa to be able to exchange healthy data, across the border and all that. But what is the African Union doing to ensure that every African country cooperates to ensure that then we are able to get there the soonest possible? What is exactly the African Union doing?
Thank you. One last question before they start responding. Any question at the back? Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Presenter. I just want to comment a bit of a question. My name is Rui from Central University of Technology. Chris, the last presenter, indicated and making an emphasis in terms of the data governance. Also, if I pick even on the previous speaker, the one was presenting with the COVID and the pandemic, I just joined later. So that speaker also indicated problems that were related to data quality and some of the information that is incorrect and all that. And now, if we are looking in terms of the artificial intelligence, where now we are moving to another platform that is between the data and the synchronization, I am picking that the previous person that has just made a comment now, he said that he's not knowing exactly whether the problem is with the developers that are sitting in silos where they are not coming together and come up with actual solution that is going to sort the problems. But what I want to raise, whether is there any background at the work, whether maybe Chris is aware of it, especially in terms of data governance, because all this we are pointing towards data, even if it's coming from the AI side, it's coming from the data, even if it's coming from the quality, it fits to one element which comes to the data. So a framework looks like, or data governance that will fit into abroad, even when we are sharing the information in other countries within South Africa and outside South Africa, if we can have a framework that is clearly, because it will also cover the POPIA Act, because you find out even POPIA, because it touches the data that is being shared within this platform, whether it's a health platform or whether it's what platform is digital. So is there any framework that in this group of research that you are working on it, Chris, that is touching all these areas, POPIA and quality and the POPIA quality and the data framework? Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'll let Dr. Chris start responding his set of questions.
Thanks very much. So just in terms of the programs, I mean, that is a part of it. But I think the reason why you have all the different open source softwares is because health is managed in a programmatic type way. So you have a maternal, newborn and child health program, you have an HIV program, you have a TB program, and these often will, and they will commission software to be developed. I was part of that. I developed South Africa's national TB control program 15, 20 years ago. And that specifically was used by the National TB Control Program in South Africa. And then it was sort of adopted for HIV. But the maternal program is very different. So you get all of these different softwares springing up. And I was going to ask the colleague from Kenya whether they tried SORMAS, for example, for COVID. Might have been a an alternative choice to DHIS2 because it's a specialist for outbreaks and vaccinology. So that's how people design the software. Whereas, what I'm advocating is, we need to think of One Health, an enterprise approach. And, One Health is more than just the health system. If we're talking about global health security, we need to be thinking of animal health, environmental health, etc. So, it's more at an architectural design level. So I think, and that's what we're seeing emerging now in terms of the way that the software is being developed. And then just in terms of the cross-border, I think the AU has taken that step. It's fantastic. They've got the policy out there and they've put that peg in the ground and they've said, they're looking at data governance. And one of the main decisions there was to say this is meant to be implemented by member states. So as I've said, I worked on the AU document as well as helped prepare a version of that for implementation in Ethiopia, which is going to help them harmonize their policy, their standards and data governance. There are a whole lot of sections in the policy itself, locally in Ethiopia, but align it with the AU. So if all of the member states do that, then you've got a continental framework which has been implemented continentally. And then we can say if we adopt HL7 FIRE, let's say, for example, for interoperability in Ethiopia, then Nigeria can consider adopting the same. And then at least when you have sorted out the legal requirements for data sharing, at least the technical barriers are not there because that has been, at least some progress has been made on that. And then, just in terms of data governance, I think it's data governance. There are templates and frameworks for that. It's quite easy to get a data sharing agreement or a data use agreement template that you can use. And then what's more difficult in my experience is to understand what within a government department or a national Ministry of Health, how the power and the ownership of the data is actually dispersed among the different departments within the Ministry of Health. I know we all say, well, the user owns the data. We know that, but it's not actually quite that simple because when a department or a Ministry of Health compiles that data into digital format, many lawyers will tell you that there's a degree of ownership that the compiler of the data has. And in South Africa, like with GDPR, you have the controller of the data. So it's a very complicated area. And in countries that have a federalistic type structure, you find that one division in South Africa, I don't want to get myself into trouble here, but you might call that a province. I don't know, hope that don't get my head chopped off of that. Might have a degree of ownership which is different to the National Ministry of Health. So, yeah. And I think that document that the AU's put together tries to recognize that.
Thank you so much. Prof?
I have a question about policies. So within the Beta eHealth project, we build 2 registries regarding or collecting solutions and official document policies, strategies, especially or particularly for the 4 participating or partner countries, Ethiopia, Ghana, Malawi and Tunisia, but also African countries. These registries are open, so you can access them, and many data are already collected. And before putting them publicly, we evaluate the collected data regarding some criteria about quality of data, completeness, and so on. And now we are collaborating with DHE from World Health Organization in order to combine both databases, because they also, in the DHE Digital Health Atlas, they collected also policies, documents, and strategy documents, as well as solutions. So So you can access to this data and collect these already collected policies in African, particularly African countries. Yeah, please.
Thank you so much. Madam, would you like to comment on his question?
Oh, yes. I think the issues that are being raised about data governance is a key challenge in most of our countries. And it's not just about the developers. Even the policies within the countries themselves, the policies, you'll find that one policy is conflicting with the others. And I find that as much as we are giving the technical capacity building, I believe governments or leadership within the Ministry of Health need also capacity building in terms of how to standardize all these digital platform, integrate them, ensure that there is data that can be collected. And as in the case of my presentation, suppose we have another emergency. If we don't keep engaging the stakeholders, who include the developers, the governments, departments, and all the other stakeholders, we will still face the same challenges. So leadership for data governance is still a key challenge which needs to be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Just to point out that it's quite interesting because from the project which Prof mentioned, his research could have been could have used the e-registries from Better e-Health project as a source of data for policies and strategies. So for the next version, maybe you can visit that site. Just to complement the question which was asked about programmers, assuming that we had, bearing in mind that programmers get requirements from the clients, assuming that there is quite an agreement on programmers' front, we also have another aspect who is funding that particular project. And chances are who is funding would also have a hand on deciding which systems, what should happen. So what's your take on that, considering that the different stakeholders, different interests in the same space?
I mean, that's absolutely the case. That's why, a lot of the applications are directed at HIV, because that's where a lot of the funding for digital health comes from. And but of course, there have been big efforts by the US government, among others, PEPFAR, who are funding a lot of the key digital health development to broaden that into general health system strengthening. So that's why I cited them on my slides, because they funded that work to try and, recognizing that a lot of the systems are siloed at this stage, is to how to grow them out into more generalized solutions, which also makes it easier for countries to adopt them. So I think the two go hand in glove. So I think it's a normal trend. There was a first generation, and a lot of open source software solutions were delivered. Now the second generation is looking at interoperability, how to get them all working together in a harmonized way. And then the third generation will probably look more at the sort of data that's coming out of these systems. That's just the software engineering kind of dimension.
Thank you so much. Once again, thank you so much, our 5 presenters. Let's give them a big round of applause. And you would have noted that some of the presenters have got vast networking cycle and vast experience. Let's utilize that and network with them for future collaborations. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll go for coffee break and then move on to the next sessions.